insist that these politicians help to create and drive policies that will make doing business in Nigeria easier. They should also insist on policies that would help energize the industry. You know, there's a lot we can do in this country. And our youth population is growing, but the jobs are not growing. And the only way we can help drive these jobs is by making sure that we have an enabling environment for small industries to grow.
I enjoyed the interactions. I'm particularly excited to see a lot of women participating. I enjoyed the Women in Energy event and just hearing the women share their stories and expertise. I think we need to have more of those conversations and particularly bring the younger people into the room. We want to see the younger girls sitting down in those rooms as well, listening to these conversations and being inspired to do greater things.
I give kudos to the organizers. That's the first thing I'll say. I mean, Energy Institute, I think they deserve an award in this space, clearly. You know, after all the events they've done, the kind of conversation we have, the kind of stakeholders they gather, I think it's incredible. I'll just say, I mean, they should continue, and we need them in ensuring Nigeria achieves that, you know, transition, that sustainability, right? So kudos for me, it's a job well done to the organizers of this conference.
Good morning, everyone. I think I would like to start by saying thank you all for coming this morning, and I must apologize that we're starting later than planned. I've just been told that we have more than enough people online, so those online, thank you very much for joining. I'm not going to take too much of your time, but I'd like to just introduce our chair for today. But before I introduce, I'd like to say thank you to all our sponsors. NNPC, General Electric, PCTS, RIAN, OVH, Niger Delta, and Seplat. Thank you very much for sponsoring us this year. Also, for those that don't know who I am, my name is Yewande Abiose. I used to be the Managing Director of Energy Institute in Nigeria, but my new role, I'm the Head of Strategic Partnerships, I beg your pardon, at the Energy Institute UK. Thank you all for coming, and I do hope we have a wonderful day today. I'd like to introduce our chair, Rolake. Rolake is a member of the Energy Institute, and she's just been so supportive. Thank you very much for agreeing to be a part of the conference today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yewande. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think because of the numbers of people in the room, we're going to need to make our applause twice as loud in order for it to resonate. Hello to our online audience. Always super to have these hybrid structures in this post-COVID world. It gives me great pleasure to be chairing the conference on day one. I thought I would start with a bit of an introduction of who I am. My name is Rolake Akikugbe Filani, and I wear several hats. In addition to being conference chair today, I'm also Chief Commercial Officer for a Pan-African infrastructure developer called Mixstar Africa. It's a subsidiary of the ARM Group. We're in 5 African countries: Nigeria, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Tunisia, and Morocco. But in addition to that, I have a long history of working on the energy sector, primarily in my previous life as the head of energy at FBN Quest Merchant Bank and group head of research for energy across Africa for EcoBank International. More lately, my work has focused as an advisory board member with the Africa Energy Chamber and Persistent, which are Africa's climate venture builder. So this is an industry and a sector that I'm extremely passionate about, and it's great to reconnect with old friends and make new acquaintances. All right, so the Energy Sustainability Conference is in its 4th year. It would have been its 5th year if not for the COVID year when we were all sat at home. And as we know, the world has changed considerably since that time. The theme for this year's conference is driving a sustainable energy future. And I think what is really pertinent about this theme, it's taking place on the heels of COP27, the United Nations Conference of Parties, currently in Africa, in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. And looking at everything that is happening globally, there are just a few things I wanted to throw out there. COP27, obviously the big thing this year is climate finance and the $100 billion commitment and the impact and relevance for the global south, of course, Nigeria included. Of course, we've had the backdrop of the Russian-Ukraine crisis and the implications for global energy security and supply chains and the spillover impact into frontier markets and emerging markets across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And of course, over the last 2 days, I'm sure you'd have seen the rate increases, the US Federal Reserve, 33-year record rate increase in the US, the Bank of England, the Reserve Bank of Australia. This also has implications for emerging markets. Local currency devaluation, of course, is a thing that we're all dealing with on a daily basis. And then we have the broader geopolitical events, more recently with North Korea firing missiles in the direction of Japan and South Korea. Then we have the issue, and it's a perennial theme actually, of global food insecurity. A large part of it has been fueled by energy price inflation. And of course, the themes we all grapple with, rising sea levels, climate-induced flooding, the need to build climate-resilient infrastructure, and the implications of all this with regards to the debt burden, especially for developing economies. So given this background, I think it's quite important that we're talking about sustainability, broadly defined as how do we utilize and harness resources in such a way that we don't jeopardize the chances of future generations to do the same. So over the next 3 days, we will have a very interesting lineup of speakers, panels. My hope is that we will all engage, we'll all interact, we'll have real hard conversations, and hopefully forge partnerships that will act as a catalyst for transformation across our various industries and sectors. So we'll move right now to the first series of keynotes. I'm going to introduce a gentleman first, who is no stranger to many people here. He's a stalwart of the Energy Institute. And whilst I'm not going to read off his entire bio, there are just a few things I wanted to point out about Engineer Austin Olorunsola. He's an experienced professional with a stellar and long track record in the energy sector. A petroleum engineer by training, he has essentially devoted and committed his lifetime and career across the industry and has been an impactful and transformational leader. More recently, he has served as chairman of the Nigerian branch of our world-renowned Energy Institute. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming to deliver his keynote, Mr. Austin Olorunsola. A round of applause for him. Please keep clapping until he gets up here.
Many thanks, Rolake. Sometimes when people are describing you, you almost get lost as if, is this really me? But my job here really is just to welcome everybody. And I think Yewande has already echoed the fact that we're starting a little bit late. So apologies for that. And I think Rolake has also put a whole wrap around all the snippets we'll be discussing in the next 3 days. It looks quite ambitious to really put all that within 3 days, but I believe together we can begin to put some words around all this through some real professional dialogue and try as much as possible to even sharpen our diverse expertise. So at this point in time, all I really would like to do is to specifically thank all our associates and all our partners that have supported us by way of funding, by way of really preparing for this session. All our volunteers, frankly speaking, thank you so very much. Our speakers, our panelists, and all others who have actually really committed, especially those that are been online for the last actually almost 1 hour. Thank you so very much. I also like to especially actually say big thanks to Nick. Nick is our Chief Executive in London at the London headquarters office of Energy Institute. He's not joining online, he's joining physically. Nick, please, if you can. Thank you so very much, everyone, for being part of our success story as Energy Institute. And on that note, let me formally welcome you to ESC 2022. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Mr. Lawrence Shola. Thank you very much. And from one Energy Institute stalwart to another, it seems that the Institute keeps churning them out. I'd like to introduce Nick Wace. Nick has a long career and track record in the industry as well. He spent nearly 22 years at BP in a broad variety of executive and management roles. He's been chief developer officer at Alternative Energy, where he led BP's strategy and business development across a broad range of renewable energy technologies. He's also previously held roles in North America in investor relations and is a chartered mechanical engineer and fellow of the Energy Institute. He's extremely passionate about an inclusive and supportive environment for working parents and carers, and was the executive sponsor for an active resource group at BP's St. James's Square office. He also advises and mentors entrepreneurs in energy startup companies, and outside of his work, he's obviously a very avid and passionate cyclist and runner, so quite fit as well. So great to have you with us this morning, Nick. Please welcome him for his keynote speech. Thank you.
Well, a very good morning, distinguished guests, Deputy High Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. I would just say that being passionate about something doesn't mean you're actually fit. I do enjoy cycling. It's a real privilege to be here with you today alongside so many fascinating speakers in one of the world's great energy centres here in Lagos. I'm embarrassed to say this is my very first visit to Nigeria. I truly hope it won't be my last. I'm sure it won't be. Yewande won't let me not come back. And it's a real pleasure to be here. First, I'd like to say a really big congratulations and thank you to the EI Nigeria Committee under Austin's stellar leadership, ably supported by Yewande in putting this conference on today. And I'm incredibly proud of what the EI Nigeria team have created here. Everything from the Women for Women networking events through to the young African energy leaders, you should be very proud of the difference you are making to the energy system here in Nigeria. And the Energy Sustainability Conference is one of the best examples of that in our role in convening expertise to really bring the discussion to life. So thank you to all our speakers today, and in particular our sponsors, without whom none of this would be possible. So I want to talk about sort of the context of Nigeria in the triple energy crisis. And this year's conference is all about how Africa drives a pathway to a sustainable energy future. And this is the same debate that's going on around the world right now and just north of here in Egypt at COP27. And it's a debate that I see converging around three crises. Number one, a supply crisis. Geopolitical instability that we all know has created huge security of supply issues in Europe. This and other factors as the world came back from COVID has really led to some long-term challenges around the supply of energy. The UN Sustainable Development Goal number 7 is to ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy by 2030. And yet today, nearly 800 million people in the world still do not have access to electricity. And around 3 times that number still cook using dirty cooking fuels, with serious impacts on their health, causing around 4 million premature deaths each and every year, mostly women and children, by the way. In Nigeria, the number of individuals without access to grid electricity actually rose to 90 million at the end of 2021, according to IRENA. And alongside this, the economic development and the growing middle classes in countries like Nigeria are rapidly pushing up energy demand around the world, enabling health, welfare, and a higher quality of life for billions of people. And as a result of this, the IEA forecasts global energy demand growing by some 25% out to 2040. And with all of this comes increased pressure on the system. I know something you know well living here in Lagos with regular blackouts, but also something, frankly, that is affecting my own country in the UK for the first time in a generation, the real credible risk of blackouts occurring this winter. So this may be a challenge here, but let me tell you, it's a big challenge in the UK and other parts of the world as well. Alongside and intrinsically linked to that supply crisis comes my second crisis, one of price. Customers and the economies are on the sharp end of spiraling international energy prices. Even for countries who don't import substantial amounts of energy, they're still affected by commodity prices which are set internationally. In Europe, wholesale gas prices have risen by some 250% over the past year, with a direct knock-on effect for consumers and for households and many businesses. And I know here in Nigeria, there are challenges with the cost of diesel going up by 200%, kerosene by over 100%, and gas by nearly 90%, all taking a toll on Nigerians living their everyday lives. And thirdly, the third crisis, climate. And as we see in Egypt right now, a huge focus still around how we tackle what is undeniably an existential crisis for humanity. And as the world's eyes focus on COP27 right now in Egypt, the sum of commitments from government so far does not add up to what's happening in the world. We see ice sheets melting, we see rising sea levels, and extreme weather patterns occurring, evident each day. And whenever I speak, there's always some local context. I see it in the UK, I've read about it, the terrible floods that occurred in Nigeria earlier this year, affecting many people and unfortunately killing over 600 deaths. This is any one event you can't pin down necessarily to climate change, but the frequency, the intensity of these events is clearly linking to a fact that the global climate is changing. And of course, the developing world stands to be most impacted by climate change. I had the privilege last week of meeting US climate envoy John Kerry in London. He was at an event hosted by His Majesty the King, and he reminded the audience that 80% of global emissions come from just 20 countries. Just 20 countries, 80% of global emissions. And the entire continent of Africa accounts for just 3% of global emissions. You know this, but I don't think the rest of the world necessarily knows this. So transformational change is required. And as we think about those three crises I've highlighted, supply, price, and climate, none of these can be viewed independently. Protecting our planet, reducing the imbalances across societies, and giving people access to clean, affordable energy is the greatest challenge of our time. And in my view, the solutions to all three challenges are converging, more so than ever. You solve one, you have the chance of solving all three. They're often portrayed as being in tension with one another, but I firmly believe we can solve all three in unison. So how do we go about that? First, we need a step change in how we use energy, in terms of energy efficiency and in terms of the consumer and business behaviors around it. We need to reduce demand, we need to reduce emissions, and of course we need to reduce cost. Organizations need to take science-based action to reduce their own emissions, and we need to help consumers understand how they are engaging with energy. I'm very proud that the Energy Institute leads world-leading energy management training, and we're about to launch in the UK and actually beyond that a product called Energy Aware that will help consumers understand how they can save energy. Secondly, we need to accelerate the pace of development into low-carbon energy. Most of the technologies we need to solve climate change are here and coming down in price. Renewable costs have tumbled over the last decade. Onshore wind down by 40%, solar PV down by 85% and continuing to fall. And conferences like this are a fantastic opportunity to discuss how we can do this. I was struck by some recent modelling, and I don't know if you've seen this, by the Finnish company Wärtsilä, who argue that Nigeria could build a 100% renewable net zero power system by 2060 in line with the country's 30-30-30 and net zero targets. And the potential of doing this would reduce electricity costs by 74% versus today. Now, I don't know if that's credible. Maybe we'll find more about it over the next 3 days. All of this requires massive investment, but the key word is investment. This isn't wasting money, this is investing for the future. And here, the role of global institutions, development banks, and industry need to come together to play a critical role in how we build that finance to these projects. John Kerry, again, at COP, has been actively talking about projects being supported by World Development Banks, by the IMF, that will allow countries like Egypt to export their gas to economies like Europe, where it's required, and build solar to displace that gas. So we need those development banks and organizations to step in. So whoever wins next year's Nigerian presidential election will have a lot to grapple with, but also a huge opportunity ahead. And finally, we must decarbonize how we produce and use oil and gas. And Nigeria occupies a very important space in the world of oil and gas, and clearly recognizing that oil and gas continue to play a crucial role in energy for the coming decades. And as we develop this low-carbon future, we need to recognize that oil and gas will still account for some 60% of energy today. Gas is playing a huge role in how we transition, and in many economies it's displacing much more heavily polluting coal. But as we produce oil and gas, we need to think about how we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. We need to focus on things like fugitive methane emissions. The Energy Institute actively supports the methane guiding principles, working with industry to reduce those emissions. We need to develop new technologies such as CCUS to ensure that natural gas can continue to be produced in a lower carbon form. And I believe oil and gas companies, and I used to work work for one, have the research and development capabilities. They've got the engineering skills and they've got the balance sheets, as well as the proven ability to deliver globally at scale to be part of this. And I strongly believe that many of those companies will be part of that future energy system and in some respects may become the disruptors of tomorrow. So finally, what's the Energy Institute's role in all of this? And first, let me say thank you, because I know how much passion and support so many of you here today and online give for the Energy Institute. Well, it's our job, ladies and gentlemen, to put in place the skills to take this action forward in terms of how we decarbonise the global energy system. And I'm pleased to report that's exactly what we're doing. Our recently launched 2030 strategy has built a clear strategic purpose around creating a better energy future for our members and society by accelerating a just global energy transition to net zero. And that word just is important as well. We bring global expertise together through events like this, through our extended network of fellows and members and experts like all of you, from engineers to scientists to energy managers to economists to lawyers and many others. That's the one thing that connects us all, is the passion for energy. We're a global network spanning 120 countries with concentrations in Europe, the Middle East, Asia Pacific, and of course here in West Africa, where of our 20,000 global members, I'm very proud that almost 1,000 are based here in West Africa and predominantly in Nigeria. And our role is to facilitate and foster collaboration within this unique network. The world of energy, the technologies and investments are complex, and bringing this debate into the public forum is so important. To cut through some of the polarization that occurs, some of the misinformation, we have an important role. And events like this are really at the epicenter of how we convene that debate. So ladies and gentlemen, the Energy Institute here in Nigeria and globally is here for anyone who wants to better understand or contribute towards this extraordinary energy system and how we take it to net zero. Thank you for your time, thank you for being here, and I look forward to getting to know many of you over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick Waith of the Energy Institute. Really good to see how much work the Energy Institute is doing to advance some of these causes. I was also particularly struck by this statistic you quoted from Watsila about 100% renewable net zero power system for Nigeria by 2060, which I think also aligns with the Nigerian government's energy transition plan targets and timelines. It would be good to see how far we come to meeting that vision in the future. So thank you again. It was interesting and nice to hear from you. Okay, so we're going to move on. He's a face that we've all become very familiar with. Those of you who've been opportune to attend events at the Deputy High Commission in Lagos. Ben Llewellyn-Jones is the British Deputy High Commissioner. I've also been privileged to know him as a champion and a supporter of gender diversity and inclusivity. Somewhere along his track record, he's also done previous work with the UK government in relation to climate change, energy, and other areas of the economy and business. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome, for a goodwill message, Ben Llewellyn-Jones, the British Deputy High Commissioner representing the UK Department of International Trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm Ben Llewellyn-Jones, British Deputy High Commissioner here in Lagos, Nigeria. And it's always a great pleasure to speak with you, particularly to follow Austin and Nick, and just to say a few words about our perspective and indeed our support for what the Energy Institute is trying to do in what is a very, very important week with COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. And I think what we're really trying to hope for, not just from the Energy Institute, but from the work we can do together around sustainable energy, is a commitment to drive work forward to make the Glasgow Pact real and to not just reduce global temperatures, but deal with precisely the kind of issues that countries like Nigeria are facing, which are principally around energy access and principally around the challenge of getting energy to people in parts of Nigeria who've never experienced it, and at the same time providing a sustainable energy source for the future. I'm optimistic, and not just about how we can do that we can do that, and that we can do it in a way that means a 2060 net zero target in Nigeria is not just aspirational, but realistic. From the UK's perspective, we're doing a great deal to try and help with that realism. Not least, our Prime Minister announced a £95 million programme to support climate-resistant agriculture, but also through our work on an integrated resource plan to make Nigeria's energy transition plan both real and to provide the space and indeed the data that will help with that real-term investment in Nigeria. There are a couple of things we'd like to see happen, and I hope they can over time. First of all, I think it would be great if we could see action by the Nigerian government to encourage off-grid energy investment. Some of the action that could be done, for example, could include removing duties on solar home systems so that we can see that kind of off-grid energy investment happen, scale up outside of places where the grid perhaps will never reach, and really, really make a difference. Deal with some of those issues that Nick mentioned around clean cooking. And the second, I think, which is equally important, is to see the space and indeed the investment climate for on-grid renewable energy. I think that would make energy transition in Nigeria not just something aspirational, but a clear pathway towards that decarbonisation that we need to see. And again, through our integrated resource plan, but also through the work we've been doing with British companies who are keen to invest in that space, we believe that's both possible, desirable, and indeed part of what we should be trying to achieve. So I'll stop there simply to say all of our support with the Energy Institute, all of our support with you who are trying to make these solutions real. And really, in this crucial, crucial week, it's about not just committing, but acting and showing that we can move ahead. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Ben. I think that was a record shortest time for opening remarks at the Energy Sustainability Conference. Thank you very much for that, and very strong words and action for the Nigerian government, particularly in relation to the removal of duties on solar home systems and on-grid renewable energy, which is something that I think we still have quite a long way to go on. So hopefully we see more diversity in the energy supply structure, and really glad to hear about the integrated resource plan of the British government. So thank you again, Ben. So I think we've heard from our British colleagues, the Energy Institute and the Deputy High Commissioner. We're now going to listen to one of the key stakeholders within the Nigeria energy sector here locally, Mr. Balawunti, who is the Chief Investment Management Officer for NUIMS, which is one of the new entities that has come as a result of the Petroleum Industry Act, which I'm sure we're all familiar with. Mr. Balawunti has had a long history in the industry, previously GGM of NAPIMS. You can read his full bio in the brochure. He joined NNPC back in 1991, so has been within the public sector and the energy space for many, many years. He's a charismatic leader who has an unwavering commitment to the industry, focused on transformation and reforms, and has worked pretty much across the entire value chain within the public sector, regulator, and national oil company. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Balawunti of NUIMS, which is the new entity. So it's not actually on the program. NUIMS is a national upstream investment management services. I believe, NUIMS, yes. So please give him a warm welcome. Thank you very much, sir. Would you like to come up for your speech, sir? Thank you.
The new name is very, very mouthful, so I think first and foremost, the name of the company is NNPC Upstream Investment Management Services. In short, it's called NUIMS. Having said that, let me just use this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, the Deputy High Commissioner to United Kingdom, in the person of my good friend, Ben Llewellyn Jones, my CEO of the Energy Institute, Nick. I've always seen you in the media, both online and the social media, but it's a pleasure for me to see you today and to see you a real person. And not only that, to listen to the powerful delivery that you made. My job has been made pretty easy, if I can say. I'm therefore going to have it very, very easy. I put together some talking points. I don't know whether the secretariat have it. If the secretariat have it, they can just flash it. Otherwise, I can talk about it. The first thing is, almost a year ago, I was at Glasgow, and we all know what happened in Glasgow. One of the key takeaways in Glasgow, I think the world come out very unanimous about the definition of what energy transition is. It was very clear that energy transition, as of the time we left Glasgow, was redefined not to mean zero carbon, was redefined not to mean zero hydrocarbon, but it was redefined to mean net zero. And that net zero has different definition. Of course, the advocate of energy transition then, we consider them, they were living in a glass house, and they said those who live in glass house shouldn't throw stones. And what is that at that time? All the discussion, all the effort was geared towards stopping investment into the hydrocarbon industry. It's a good practice as advocated by the advocate led by companies like BlackRock, Vanguard Capital, etc., that never again they are going to invest their money into fossil fuel industry. But not only that, the authors of the Paris Climate Act, the Biden Democrat, who was then the key author of what happened in Paris, become the president of the United States of America. And today, he is also the United States of America. And about 5 days ago, the same Biden who was advocating against fossil fuel is now threatening all the big oil that if they don't invest in hydrocarbon, he's going to impose a very, very punishing tax on their earnings. And that tells you what the world is all about. When you are in a glass house, you don't feel the heat. When you think you have energy security, you can say anything you want to say. But when your energy security becomes vulnerable, every means of energy is legitimate. And that's what we are seeing today. What is happening in Egypt yesterday and what is going to happen today is geared toward embracing what energy institutes have always clamored for, looking at the entire energy system. It's now not a story that in Germany, they are bringing down windmill to give room for coal exploration and exploitation. It's no longer news that coal has become very, very active in our energy mix. But in the quest of all this, what we keep seeing is the fact that the crisis, a lot of us think the crisis is only geopolitical, but even before the crisis, we do recognize the fact that there's significant gap between demand and supply, and essentially anchored around lack of investment. And the definition then is, what exactly does energy transition, and if I can adopt it, what does energy sustainability mean to us? I think Nick was very apt. For us in Nigeria, and I believe globally, it's a simple definition of what we call a car that we all want to enter. And that car is not an automobile vehicle, no. It is clean, affordable, and reliable energy. And in as long as you're going to bring to me clean, affordable, and reliable energy, it doesn't matter where it comes from. It could be hydrocarbon, it could be renewable, but what is key is to maintain that focus of making sure that it's clean, which deal with the emission that the world don't want, is affordable, which deal with the cost Nick talked about, that everyone have to have access to energy, and is reliable, which touches on the security of supply. And the combination of these mean that we as professionals must create a balance between what we don't want, which is emission, and what we all want, which is energy security. And that balance must come in harmony to be able to galvanize all the players, be it in the finance sector, in the investment sector, and wherever, to be able to put together a narrative that can work. There's no better place to demonstrate how important this is than in Africa. I think Nick said, I have a very, very outdated statistic. Nick said it's 60%. My statistics show that more than 50% of Africans don't have access to electricity. What I had today is an updated statistic of 60% don't have access to electricity. But most importantly, over 730 million people in Africa don't have access to clean cooking oil. And what did they do? They do what my grandmother is doing right now, using firewood, biomass as we call it. And so to that old woman, what does energy transition mean to her? What does energy sustainability mean to her? To her, it is migrating from biomass to kerosene. It's a step ahead. Migrating from kerosene stove to cooking gas is a step ahead. But most importantly, migrating from what we consider the cooking oil to electricity is a step ahead. We recognize that electricity must come from all and sundry. There's no better place to demonstrate that Nigeria. By our geography, by our geology, it means that off-grid electricity is the most bankable means through which we can achieve significant access to electricity. Communities with population of 1,000, 2,000 certainly cannot underpin base load investment. And therefore, how do we get it? So His Excellency Ben, what you are advocating for off-grid electricity is already in practice. We recognize as a means of delivering energy security, we must go to those villages and give them solar. And we're already giving them solar. The NNPC Renewable Energy is collaborating together with Total Energy to advocate off-grid renewables. Significant number of filling stations by Total are already running on renewables. And all the NNPC stations are anchoring to go there. But most importantly, local markets, local restaurants, and other places are already on those off-grid nature. Are we going to get it on-grid? Yes. Are we there yet? Maybe not. But certainly it's a direction that we have done significant studies. We have looked at our wind quality, we have looked at our solar quality, and we are trying to make sure that we have done everything reasonable and necessary to make sure that we have a combination that will create a very sustainable energy mix. However, the fact also remains, and the statistic has been set, even in the next century, hydrocarbon will constitute over 50% of the global energy mix. And if that is the case, then what happened to the demand? If the demand is growing, and we had today 25% growth, but even currently, demand and supply are in favor of, are in short supply. And investment has continued to go south, while growth is going north. And the thinking is that what can we do now to abate the consequence of the demand and supply gap? And this is the call to Nick, and this is the call to His Excellency, and every policymaker that has anything to contribute, that we must retract our statement of stopping investment into the hydrocarbon space. We must allow investment to go, and to go in a reasonable, prudent way, so long it will enable the production of clean, affordable, and reliable energy. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a deep crisis tomorrow. Because the decision we are making for not investing today is going to show off tomorrow. And when it shows off, what we are seeing today is a child play. 1 year ago, nobody ever think that the system is so vulnerable. But today we know better. Rolake was very, very apt in providing to us a lot of things that happened in the last 1 year. What she didn't tell us is that today, we have Rishi Sunak as the Prime Minister of the UK. What brought him? Energy. We talk about rate changes, inflation globally. What brought it is an energy-driven inflation, supported by food inflation. Food inflation is absolutely caused by energy inflation. And so any attempt to address global inflation will not be helpful in as long as we are not addressing the energy side of the equation. And that's why it's important that we bring all these algorithms together to create a balanced formula that can help us achieve delivery of clean, reliable, and affordable energy without compromising energy security. In Nigeria, we have found our way. We did say 2060, and for the first time, I think 2060 is 2060. Not only that we are good at planning, as many people said, but we are acting today. And thank you, I'm very much aware of the support we are getting from the UK government through our Federal Ministry of Environment. They are collaborating with us to make sure that we have all those in place. And what we are doing today is that we are putting our natural gas as the key enabler. We are producing natural gas not only for our need, but for export. In the next 4 years, we grow our production to 10 BCF. Today, we are doing 7.5 BCF, and of this 7.5 BCF, we are only monetizing about 5.3 BCF. And the monetization of this means that we are leaving behind something close to 3 BCF unmonetized. What are we doing with them? We are re-injecting them, and some we are flaring them. And so we need investment to take this player out, not only to take this player out, but to stop re-injecting. That's the first level of investment, to monetize the gas that we're still bringing into the ground. The second level is to grow the production from where we are 7.5 BCF to about 10 BCF. And this we hope to achieve in about 4 years. To complement this is our rebranding. We have what we call 3 Rs in the upstream space, that in whatever we're doing, we're going to renew our energy production infrastructure. So renewing those infrastructure is key thing that we are already doing in the upstream space. We're also replacing high carbon fuel. As you are aware, a lot of our operations are diesel driven. We're replacing diesel with natural gas, and natural gas in situ. Player using it to generate electricity for operations. We're also rebranding. We are known as oil country. But many of us here know that we are a gas country with some spike of liquid. 37 billion barrels of oil versus over 600 TCF of gas, proven 203 TCF of gas. And when you take the energy equivalent, you find out that we're actually a gas country. And what we are doing now, we're prioritizing dominant gas production, so that we will now rebrand ourselves from an oil-producing country to a gas-producing country that necessarily have to deal with associated liquid. So we have changed our ways. We are not dealing with associated gas, but we are dealing with associated oil. And we are doing it in a very responsible way, deploying technology and science to make sure that we make it a less emissive. We are also replanting. Never forget that the biomass is from trees. Falling of trees has eaten and has created desert. And what we are doing across our vegetations is to partner with NGOs to replant trees that have been brought down for energy. Combination of this is what we call 5 Rs, and that will take us to where we want to be, 2060. And the bankable plan is, we know we are an energy deficient today. Our view is that by 2023, 2024, we should be able to stop importing fuel. Our refineries will come to work. The Dangote refinery will be at work. We'll be a net exporter of petroleum products. But that's not where we want to be. We want to move further to make sure that we achieve energy sufficiency. And once we achieve energy sufficiency, will achieve energy prosperity. And that energy prosperity will mean now we can be selective. We can sit in the glass house, but we will not throw stone. We will make sure that we collaborate and collaborate globally to put together a sustainable way that we can deliver energy in a very responsible way. My last message is, please, don't take investment out of fossil fuel. My last message is that, please, don't take action that will compromise energy security. You may be compromising our national security globally. My last message is, please, decouple approaches toward achieving net zero. What may work for me in Nigeria may not necessarily work for the UK. Give us the freedom to design and deploy strategy that meet our reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balawunti, Chief Investment Officer, NNPC Upstream Investment Management Services. I think I got it right this time, NIMS. Thank you again, sir. I mean, that was a very detailed and thorough presentation that threw up quite a lot of food for thought. Really glad to see the direction in which NNPC Limited is moving. I'm not going to try and dissect that because we have a panel coming up, and the panel moderator, Mr. Gbolan Elias, who I'd like to invite up to the stage right now, partner at G. Elias, will be doing that. So please welcome Mr. Gbolan Elias, and I would also kindly ask Mr. Balawunti to please come up and sit on the panel very briefly to field some questions, just a few, if you wouldn't mind, sir. Perhaps for about 5 minutes. If you would come up, sir. Yeah, thank you. But before we get into the panel session, I would like to invite a very special person to the stage. He's none other than the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources of Lagos State, Mr. Olalere Odusose, who has graced this occasion. He's a seasoned energy expert that had a long private sector career, notably with the likes of Accela Limited, Oando Gas and Power Limited, and various roles at Schlumberger and General Electric. He's been charged in Lagos State with a mandate to ensure the delivery of reliable energy to its citizens and achieve energy security for the state. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources of Lagos State, Honorable Olalere Odusose. A warm welcome, sir. He's going to give a few remarks because I know he has quite a busy schedule today.
Good morning, Your Excellency. May I have your permission to stand on existing protocols? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, usually it's not a very good season to invite a political appointee to come and stand up and talk, because what we want to talk about is who you should vote for and how you should vote and everything else. So this is an industry gathering. I will try my best to stay on the energy topic and not talk about the upcoming elections and the politics. Mr. Balawunti, my brother and my friend, just talked about energy poverty in Africa. He said 60% of Africans don't have access to electricity. Now, that level of energy poverty does not allow us to speak about a transition just by itself. It doesn't allow us to start talking about emissions reduction. And the reason is simple. It's been stated all over the place that 4%, less than 4% of the emissions comes from Africa, and yet Africa is basically bearing the brunt of most of the emissions that's going on around. I think some of the discussions that are going on at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh is really about loss and damage, and why the people who are responsible for the emissions should be responsible for reparations to Africa and other victims of the loss and damage that as a result of the emissions. But let's bring it back to Nigeria and Lagos. Today, Lagos is still the marketplace for energy in Nigeria. 60% of the industries in Nigeria are resident here, and we want them to stay here. When we speak about electricity supply around the world, we talk about the grid supplies of electricity and we talk about the alternative supplies of electricity. In Nigeria, we focus on grid supplies. So in Lagos, 9 years ago, there was a privatization program that took place. At the time of that privatization, Lagos was receiving about 800 megawatts of electricity. 9 years later, Lagos is now receiving about 800 megawatts of electricity. Not much has changed. And the reason is simple. The regulatory framework has not allowed the industry to grow. Now, mind you, Lagos is not existing on 800 megawatts of electricity. From the records that I have, over the past 3 years, Lagos has imported a fleet of 8,000 megawatts of diesel generators. Now, Lagos is sitting on 0.4% of Nigeria's landmass, currently plays host to 13% of Nigerians, and so by all indications, it is a crowded city. It is the most crowded city in Nigeria and potentially in Africa. We can't afford to continue to exist on diesel generators. The emissions from those diesel generators send a lot of people to the hospitals. And guess who picks up the tab? Lagos State government. We don't mind looking after people, but we would prefer not to have to if we can avoid it. So looking at the fact that I've said that Lagos is the energy marketplace in Nigeria, we've looked at the framework, the legal framework around it, and decided that Lagos State needs to do something different. So a few years ago, we sent out a consultation document to say, here's how we want to change the Lagos State regulatory space, and a lot of people responded. That led to coming up with the Lagos State electricity policy. On the back of that policy, we've drafted a new law to say that Lagos State will now regulate electricity within its space. And we have ideas on how to do it, and anybody who's seen the draft has come back to me and commented that if we can make this work, then it's going to be a good thing for Lagos, and by extension, the rest of the country, because Lagos is a microcosm of Nigeria. Everybody has a relative who lives in Lagos, every Nigerian. Everybody I've spoken with, and everybody has come back to me to confirm it. So this is home for all of us, and we have to find a way to make sure that it works. Having looked at the electricity space and determined what we need to do to move it forward, we commissioned an IRP, an integrated resource plan for Lagos, which was funded by the NPSP and the USAID. On the back of that, we also looked at the solar space to say what exactly can we do with solar, working with the United Kingdom government under their ACE TAF program. The result was astounding. Just from the rooftop space in Lagos today, we can generate 12 gigawatts of electricity. That's 12,000 megawatts. So when we start talking about the opportunities that exist, we can look at displacing the 8,000 diesels that we have with something else, while the market is bringing itself back to the position we want it to be when we start to regulate it. And some of the things we've looked at to support us is generation within Lagos. And most of the generations in our IRP is going to be powered by gas. So looking at that and understanding how Lagos plays in the gas sector, we've also come up with a Lagos State gas policy. That policy will be unveiled in the next 4 weeks, just as the electricity policy was revealed. I want to invite all of us to participate with Lagos. We will work with you because most of the plans we have are to be driven by the private sector. The government should not be in the business of doing business. We've said that over and over again. So again, keep talking to us, keep working with us as we deliver a Lagos that will be one everybody here can be proud of. And like I said, if we're happy with Lagos, the rest of Nigeria is because we all live here. I'd like to welcome you again. Every time there's an event such as this and you choose Lagos to host it, we're always pleased because then we see that you see us as your partner in progress. We're very happy with Energy Institute. Thank you very much. And I'd like to again thank everyone and welcome you to Lagos and wish you successful deliberations. Before I go, I'll just say this. I was supposed to be sitting on a panel this afternoon, but I've been summoned by the Lagos State House of Assembly And when they call you, you say yes, sir. You can't say no, sadly. So again, thank you. I will leave you, but I think I leave you in very good hands. The people that I see here are senior members of the industry, people that I've worked with in the past and people that I have a great deal of respect for. So again, I want to welcome you to Lagos and have a fruitful deliberation.
Sorry, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Balon Elias, and I'm the moderator of the next session. But before it starts, I'm going to seize the opportunity to cross-examine the Organapims, as he's called behind his back. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the event. I'm sure I'm not the only one who is curious about life under the new regime, where the NNPC is now a company under the Companies and Allied Matters Act rather than a corporation. Has this change in the legal structure led to a change in how NAPIMS sees its role? Does the units that you currently head work and operate and have exactly the same aims as NAPIMS used to, or have certain things changed? Please enlighten us.
I don't know how this will have energy sustainability.
Oh, it's important, sir.
But,
you have the largest collection of energy assets in this country.
Yes,
there is no transition that can happen behind your back.
Okay, no, but that's on the lighter mode. I think the question is not about NUIMS. It's about NNPC. What has become of NNPC Limited of today versus the NNPC Corporation of yesterday? I think clearly everybody appreciates what the law intends to do. It's basically to create a purely commercial enterprise, devoid of any regulatory role and with clarity of functions. And that function is to do what the memorandum and article association of that company said. Obviously, in every responsible organization, they must take into consideration the provision of the law. The PIA, the Petroleum Industry Act, has made it abundantly clear of two roles that must happen. Number one is that as a national oil company, we must ensure energy security. And I think this is common across all energy producing countries globally. And number two, we must create, capture and deliver value to the shareholders. What you can't find is that there's nobody that says you must go and perform policy function, regulatory function, and any anti-commercial activities. So whatever we do today, we have freedom of decision making. And because we have freedom of decision making, we have to structure ourselves to be agile, to be tenacious, in such a way that we will respond to the demand of every circumstances. And to do that, we have reorient and restructure the organization with a clear vision, different from what we used to be. Today, we are the dynamic global energy company that we hope to be that of choice by everybody. Dynamic global energy company of choice. To be of choice, it means you must perform your job and perform it to the admiration of your stakeholders. And that's why in our mission that follow the vision, we are very clear about what we want to achieve. We want to continually and reliably deliver energy while creating value to our stakeholders. The combination of that clearly set the stage of what we're to do. It's one thing to know why we're doing what we want to do. It's another thing to also understand what we want to do. But what is key is how are we going to do it? Again, some of the design that we have as to the way we intend to deliver on our mandate wouldn't have been possible without this law. And we say we're going to be guided by just three guiding principles. Number one is our integrity. We want to put integrity in everything we do. And integrity means everything. compliance, whatever that you can think, that you can define under that. We want to do whatever we want to do in an excellent way. And of course, I suspect the Energy Institute adopt the word sustainability from us. We want to do it in a sustainable way. So it's an ease principle that brought us to a very slim structure. Slim structure that we have moved from what we call the group chief executive officer. And I think it's important to know that change comes with a lot of accountability. And the group chief executive officer, he has only 5 people to report to. 5 people that report to him. Unlike before that he has like 16 or thereabout reporting to him, which is practically impossible to be supervised. Today he has only 5, and each of these 5 is a value creating machine that must deliver on their mandate. Their KPI is very clear. Deliver on your qualitative mandate and quantitative mandate, and the quantitative is around value creation. NUIMS, the NNPC Upstream Investment Management Services, sit in one of those verticals called upstream. The head of the upstream is called Executive Vice President Upstream. And I have the privilege to report to that individual. My role is very clear. I manage NNPC investment across the upstream. And I was just telling Nick that I have the privilege to manage 80% of Nigerian upstream investment, that is NNPC investment today, that are seated in the hand of the big oil, Exxon, Chevron, Shell, Total, E&I. And that constitutes about 40% of our production. What we are doing with them is beyond what is required of complying with the laws. We are restructuring our delivery system. We're making sure that all our infrastructures are geared toward being renewed, to making sure that we have an efficient way of producing energy, but reliable energy. We are also working hard to ensure that we also replace in all our operations all the liquid fuel. We set a target of 3 years to convert every diesel infrastructure into gas. We are focusing at eliminating the flare, what we call clean the flare, but at monetizing more and more gas. Now, we wouldn't have been able to do this in a commercial way without this particular creation. Today I can sit, it's impossible for you to make that decision yesterday. And I can go on, and I don't know why you want me to stop, but bottom line is, today, our decision is commercially focused. Today, we are not being mandated to do anything outside our mandate. Today, we structure, we deliver whatever we want to do, and we live with the consequence of our action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very clear and direct. Am I right to assume that I have 5 minutes of questions for the audience? Is that right, madam? 5 minutes from the audience.
Except from Professor Oladare.
From who?
Except from the prof.
You know that as a lawyer, I cannot impede anybody's freedom of speech.
No, I'm not impeding.
It will be unconstitutional.
I'm not impeding. I'm just putting a boundary.
Sorry, please. Do we have any questions
joking,
from the
honestly.
audience?
I'm joking. Okay, so no questions, so I can leave.
Engineer Lauren, a question from you, please.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here, and we respectfully go on to the session with the theme Africa, driving a sustainable energy future. What will the path towards a sustainable energy future look like? There are 3 panelists on this session. I'm the moderator. And should I come there? I think I should come there. If I may call them up. If I may call up the panelists to the stage one by one. The first is Maria Luciano Gabriel, who is the head of commercial and business development at Asharami. Welcome, madam. Next is Mr. Mohammed Mijindadi, who is the president of the Great General Electric. I'm always tickled by this giant company that has my initials. Whenever I hear their name. Welcome, sir. And the third is Dr. Adewoye, who is the head of strategy at OVH. Sorry, sir. If I may introduce each of them further, more briefly. Maria is a leading and prominent African energy expert with more than 12 years' experience in the upstream oil and gas industry. And she leads negotiations for the company's asset acquisitions, crude handling agreements, sales purchase agreements, unitization discussions, and production entitlement reconciliations. All those exciting things that lawyers agonize about when they are doing due diligence. She has an MSc in Energy Studies with specialization in energy economics from Dundee University, and a BSc in Economics, Finance, and Management from Queen Mary University in London, which has many famous lawyers in it. And they're very, very active and leading in in postgraduate legal studies. Welcome, madam. Mr. Vijindadi is the current president of General Electric Nigeria, and he's also the managing director of the General Electric Gas Power Systems for Anglophone West Africa. He has 13 years' experience with General Electric and has worked as an experienced commercial leadership program associate, as a commercial leader for Anglophone West and East Africa. He's an alumnus of the Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria and Temple University in Philadelphia. And he has a BSc in civil engineering and an MBA in corporate marketing management from Penn State University in Pennsylvania, which has a very, very distinguished position in the engineering world. Dr. Olaoye is the Director of Strategy in OVH, a very distinguished and experienced person in that field. And we look forward to benefiting greatly from his wealth of experience, and equally importantly, from the fact that his job is focused almost entirely on reading the future, reading the tea leaves for the next 5 to 10 years in this area. That is exactly what we need on this panel. I thank all of the panelists for attending, and without further ado, I will sit down, pretend to be one of them, and begin to grill them with questions. In the course of the discussion, we will have some polling questions introduced by the organizers. The introduction of the polling questions, I assure you, will not be disruptive to go smoothly, but there'll be 2 of them. And after all of that, we'll have questions and answers from the audience. Please join me again in welcoming the panelists. Yes, please. May I start with you, Doctor, and ask what I might call a keynote kind of question. As a broad one, it is, what should the path towards a sustainable energy future look like in this, our African continent? Please guide us on that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the privilege to set the keynote, as you said. In looking at energy sustainability in general, I'll speak for like 5-6 minutes, by the way. I won't take too much time. Looking at the globe in itself, the first thing you do is to set a target, which has already been done in a manner of speaking. Setting the target in a precise way, in a way like Mr. Wunti has said, net zero doesn't mean zero carbon. The next thing you do is you put legislation in place to work towards those targets. I guess that's the easy part. The more difficult part is in applying the Pareto principles. We are trying to solve a problem. So the question should be, who are the people, which parts of the world is responsible for most of the problem? Is it 80-20? Or is it 30-70? The second answer to that, or the second aspect, is what activities actually generate the fossil fuels and other things that damage the environment that we don't want. So let's look at the first one. We have already agreed that it's the developed world that are responsible for 80% of global emissions. And they are also responsible for possibly 80% of the total consumption of energy. So we have our answer there. The legislations have to be focused on them. We now look at the 20%. That is, the other parts of the world, Africa inclusive, that do not account for so much of those emissions. Yes, we also have to set our own targets, but those targets will not be at the same pace as the targets of the 80%. That global variability, that global variance has to be taken into consideration. The next aspect is, what are the activities that actually generate the undesirable activities or the undesirable impacts in the environment? Humanity uses energy for 3 purposes, chiefly. One is electricity. The second one is transport. The third one is for heating. Of these 3, you now have to look for the lowest hanging fruit. Which one is the easiest to decarbonize? You would find out that the easiest one to decarbonize is electricity. Sadly enough, electricity accounts for possibly 20-25% of total global energy consumption. So it's probably not as attractive as we would like. As you said earlier, the futuristic way of looking at it will then be move more activities towards activities that generate electricity. Move more things from transport to electricity. Move more things from heating to electricity. And we've already started seeing that. You are seeing electric vehicles moving, electric vehicles coming on board to replace carbon-fueled vehicles. By 2050, we may not have achieved that net zero target, but we will probably have seen a situation in which renewables constitute up to 70% of the total energy mix, maybe 60%, and you would have fossil fuels responsible for 30%, and perhaps nuclear 10%. So looking into the future, that's the scenario that becomes our target. Our situation in Africa would rely more on the intermediate situations. We cannot just go from a situation where we have, say, 10% renewables energy today to 70% overnight without some sort of intermediary. Africa would have to rely more on gas, which is regarded as a transition fuel. But I personally think that on our continent, it's going to serve a greater purpose than just being a transition fuel. It's going to be here for a long time. I don't see us being able to afford that much of electric electric vehicles. I don't see us building that many windmills. I don't see us building too many hydroelectric power. So the future for Africa will be to maximize the potential of the intermediate fuel, the transition fuel, which is gas. And that's the way we're gonna go. So just to summarize, we set targets, modify targets as required, recognize the important variations across the planet, so you don't have a one-size-fits-all approach to everything. It's wrong, it's not going to work. Mr. Munti has said that, and I think Nick has had that severally today. That's it. For Africa, it's gas.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. The next question. The next question is for you, Maria. How is the current energy crisis likely to affect the energy transition process?
Thank you very much, Bao. So, I mean, for Africa and Nigeria in particular, as we know, tackling energy poverty is basically just as important as tackling climate change. And arguably, we can say that that's one of our greatest challenges, being able to balance the two. But at the same time, the energy transition to a sustainable energy future also poses one of the greatest opportunities for us in Africa, and particularly in Nigeria. This is mainly because, first of all, here in Africa, where where you have majority of the population without electricity in energy poverty, you basically have a blank slate that you're working with, so we're not trying to, pull down heavily carbonized technologies to replace them with renewable sources. We're working with a blank slate, so we can bypass a lot of these technologies, these less climate-friendly technologies and processes, and go straight to sustainable energy systems. And in doing so, we are able to do so with the resources that we have. We're able to create a tailor-made approach to solving our problems. So whereas you had the developed countries, they had to go through the process of the dirty technology, and then now they have to sort of backtrack and pull everything down and put everything back in place. We don't have to do that. But in saying that, still, whatever transition that we're going into
it has to be just, so it's not just moving into a sustainable energy future and just moving along with the rest of the world. It has to be just, it has to be fit for purpose, it has to be fit for Africa. And what do we consider a just transition? It has to be a transition that is able to create jobs, a transition that is, like I said before, fit for purpose, a transition that takes into consideration our resources, what gives us that energy security, what gives us that security of supply. And as the previous panelist has said, we have gas for that. And there are so many, like Mr. Monti said, we're talking of net zero. There are so many ways to produce your gas that does not have to have that kind of negative effect. The technology that that we have around now is, it's advanced. It's advanced enough for us to have hydrogen, carbon capture, and all of that. So these are things that we can put in place right from the get-go to be able to balance the two acts. And also, when we're talking of just transitions, it has to be fair. Africa does not emit as much carbon emissions as the rest of the world. But just because it doesn't emit as much carbon emissions does not mean that it's not suffering as much as the other people are. So I think there was a statistic that I read recently that said that in the last 2 years, Africa has recorded about 131 climate events. And that has more than tripled from what it was. So despite the fact that we're not responsible for all of these emissions, we are suffering for it. And now the whole world is trying to get us to rush along and hurry along with the climate change. Oh, the climate change is upon us. Yes, we know it is upon us, but we need enough support, support in terms of financing. It's not fair that Africa should be penalized so heavily for what it hasn't contributed to. So now when you see that a lot of the banking, a lot of the funding is moving away from energy, is moving away from carbon, Africa needs to be given a bit of carbon headroom to produce its hydrocarbons in a climate-friendly manner. It has to be given that opportunity to address its energy poverty with the resources that it has. So when you have the developed countries, there's the $100 billion climate fund that was pledged, but that has not really been honored. So things like that, they have to honor that pledge. They have to help Africa. They have to make that funding available, because all of the infrastructure that we need to be able to move along in this sustainable energy that we're trying to get to, it costs money. It's going to take funding, and they need to know that it's not only renewable energies that will get us there. Carbon still has a part to play in this, and we should not be penalized for that. So basically, in conclusion, the road to energy sustainability is paved with challenges, but more so it is paved with opportunities for Africa, and we just need the right sort of support, the right sort of policies, and everybody needs to play their part, from the producers, to the government, to the international countries. Everybody needs to play their part to be able to bring that future that we so dearly want.
Thank you very much. Great answer. Great answer. Mr. President, please tell us if you think that the developed countries started so much earlier than Africa that we're going to have difficulty catching up with them. Can developing countries catch up with the sustainable energy drive of developed countries?
Wait, say that again. Can developed countries catch up with developing countries, or can developing countries catch up with developed?
No, developing catch up with developed.
Okay.
Maybe I said it wrong.
All right. No, thanks. And I guess before I jump into the question, I just wanted to say, it's always interesting the kind of dialogues that we have in the Energy Institute's gathering. I remember when we were having a similar conversation last year, one of the big things on the table was just how realistic of the transition timing was, and it's ironic because it was the same Bala who put up a chart And at that time, it was challenging why we should think about the 2050 as a timeline. And I think that fits very clearly or closely with what it is that you're asking. I think it's really around a lot of things my co-panelists have talked about. I think the importance of transition is not in question. The timing has to be relative. And while we say catch up, I think catch up is also relative. I think we're all in different places with regards to where we are as countries. We're all in different places with regards to what we have as our dominant minerals or dominant fuel sources. And really it's around, as long as we have a shared goal on net zero, how we get there, I think it's okay for us to have different approaches as long as we have a rough timing. I think the developed countries have had a head start. I mean, they are developed countries for a reason. That term is there for a reason. They've been able to industrialize. They've been able to move so many people out of poverty. People are able to get jobs because economies are moving. I think the reality is where we are is a lot further from that, and that's a reality that we all share. It would be unfair to expect countries like Nigeria. I mean, Nigeria is actually a big country. There are smaller countries that are still trying to just grapple with basic things like security, sustainability, to be able to meet those sorts of timelines. I think the new definition of just transition is one that I key into. I think everyone needs to set timelines that are realistic to where they are in their development. I think the sources of electricity, or rather the sources of fuels that people have as dominant in their respective countries need to be put into account. I don't see gas as being bad. I think gas works very well for selfish reasons and also because it's the predominant thing that we have here. And I'm sure you can find arguments for people in other places that can make. So I don't think it's a race with regards to who's the first to get there. I think people need to responsibly find how to do the transition in a meaningful way that makes sense for their respective countries.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. So we shouldn't feel too guilty about the fact that we're moving perhaps slower than some other people.
Say that again?
I said, so we shouldn't feel too guilty about the fact that we may be moving slower than some other people.
I mean, that's relative. I don't think we're moving slower. I think it's nice that we have a plan that's been put in place. I think the plan addresses several elements that are very important, for us. And that's the very first step. So how we get there needs to be realistic.
Thank you. So I'll go back to you, Maria. What do you think are the critical success factors for attaining energy sustainability in Africa? What are the 2-3 things that should be at the top of the list as the priority items?
Okay, I would say, first of all, like I said before, funding. Funding is very, very critical. Without that, we're not going to be able to achieve much. And in relation to funding, I would say that a lot of the energy companies need to ensure that they adopt and, more importantly, communicate their ESG policies, their ESG metrics, create ESG metrics that are transparent, that are measurable, that are communicable, so that it's easier to attract the funding that is necessary. And then also technology. The rapid advance in technology, we need to ensure that we're employing the right technologies in order to reduce the carbon footprint as we go along in this sustainable journey.
Okay. So that was just two. One more.
Sorry?
That was 2 factors. One more.
Oh, okay. If I had to add another factor, I would say employees. I find that a lot of the energy industry for now, a lot of younger people are looking at it as, permit me to use the word, a dirty industry. Like, it's not fancy anymore. Everybody's kind of like moving away from it, and it's left with the older generation. And if we really need to move ahead, because the energy industry, carbon energy is going to be here for a while. So we need to ensure that, our workforce is not dwindling while we're trying to, chase some of these other things. So we need to ensure that, what are we doing to retain the right type of workforce? What are we doing to attract the young people? What are we doing to change the narrative of oil and gas being this dirty thing, So I think that's another success factor that we need to look into.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I noticed you didn't mention political will. Presumably, that's something we must all take for granted, and we don't have a choice about it.
Yeah. Yes, definitely, definitely. I mean, it's one of the things that, like you said, it's one of the very important factors because it would help to attract funding. If the government has not basically put in policies to tackle things like security, I mean, how are you going to be able to attract the right type of funding if you're not putting in policies that enable the entire value chain? You might have one part of the value chain that is stuck, and when that part of the value chain is stuck, it doesn't encourage investment. So all of that policy still speaks to being able to attract the right amount of funding that we need. So yes, government policy is very important.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we are ready for the polling question, the first polling question. Okay, let's try that after the next speaker. So I'm back to you, Dr. Adeoye. Where does Nigeria, for example, stand in the sustainable energy discussion?
Good question.
Or if you're more familiar with another country in Africa, by all means.
I'll rather talk about Nigeria.
All right, thank you.
I'm sure most of us want to hear about Nigeria. Bala has actually answered 20-30% of that question. He's talked a lot about the upstream initiatives, and the summary of that is that we're trying to make use of gas in our upstream operations. It's a cleaner fuel, and that's the reason why. But let's look beyond the upstream. We're not going to deceive ourselves and think that Nigeria has gone very far. The important thing is, at this stage, there is a recognition that we don't have a choice regarding the move towards sustainable energy. Our population is growing. We know fully well that fossil fuels could dry up one day. I mean, liquid fuels could dry up one day. Gas is going to be around for a lot longer. So we've made a lot of noise around that in upstream, downstream. On the downstream side, I could add that the government recently, about 2 years ago actually, initiated the NGEP, Nigeria Gas Expansion Program, which seeks to ensure that we utilize more in the downstream segment of the petroleum business, and that gas is used a lot more in our homes for cooking rather than firewood or kerosene, for example. It also seeks to ensure that we make more use of gas for automotive purposes, and that is where conversations around CNG comes in. It seeks to address the number one question, the number one key success factor that Maria mentioned earlier, which is that of investment. The expansion program has quite a huge amount of money, I think 250 billion available at very low interest rates for operators to invest.
What currency, sir?
It's in Naira. It will be revised in line with realities, so I hear. I get your drift. So that money will be made available and has been made available at low interest rates. My company, or our company, NNPC OBH, intends to key into that program very, very soon, and we have programs in place to actually utilize that. That would help that conversation for us. Regarding off-grid that has been mentioned earlier, that is solar. The problem with solar really is that it's expensive for us. And we would rely more and more on innovations from outside the country to keep reducing that cost. And I know it will be going down. I do recall that some time ago, maybe 10 years ago, a solar panel was said to be around $8 per square meter per kilowatt. Today it's about $2.5. It will keep going down, but given our reality, it may not go down fast enough for us to be able to afford it. So we may continue to be teetering along the lower reaches of the off-grid area of that conversation. The most important thing, as I've said, is that the government does recognize that we don't have a choice. The rhetoric around it is heavy. Yes, we are good at talking, but possibly we talk 10 times and do once. It's a nice ratio, at least it's not zero. We will eventually start working on it. And there is really no choice, as we've said earlier. There is no choice. We have to do it. That, I would say, is where we are, possibly 1% or 0.5% along the ideal path. But we would get there. We'll keep working at it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'll go now to Mohammed. I know you work extensively throughout Africa, not just in Nigeria. Yeah. Is there anything we can learn from the experience of other countries in Africa? Where do they stand in the sustainable energy discussion?
Yeah, no, fair point, and thanks for that. I think our business, we do a lot of work, not just across Africa, but also I think globally. So there's some best practices. In Africa specifically, I think we've looked at it from a certain lens. And similar to a lot of the people who had spoken earlier, the way we look at it is if we really want to work as strategic partners, how can we make an impact that makes meaning? And when we look at Africa, with all the countries that are in Africa, the two major ones that actually contribute to the largest amount of greenhouse gas emission is Nigeria and South Africa. So what we've done is we've focused a lot of what we're doing in those two countries, even though there's still different initiatives in different countries. And it goes also to another saying that was either mentioned from one of the panelists about just how we're all in different places where we are. So in South Africa, as much as everyone knows that they are much larger, their problem is how to basically transit from coal. And gas is one of the big things that they're looking at, which is ironic because prior to this year, when everyone is looking at how valuable gas is, everyone was kind of advocating to just kind of stop focus on fossil fuels. So in South Africa, we've done a lot of advocacy, working with the government on just trying to think about the best way that they can transit. So a big customer of ours is Eskom, who owns maybe like the largest coal power plant. What we're trying to do, obviously, is work with them to reduce new investments in new coal power plants and just think about how they can actually look for gas turbines to be able to play as that transition. They're not as fortunate as we are. They don't have natural gas, but at least with countries like Mozambique close by, there are a few initiatives that they're working on. So in countries like South Africa, we're working with them to see how they can pull gas into their mix. When we come home to places like Nigeria, I think it's been really nice seeing the attempt of the government pulling up the energy transition plan. And I think the way we look at it as an equipment manufacturer is we've keyed into at least 4 areas that we think there is value for us to play in. The most important for us across all of Africa is the strengthening and optimization of the grid. I think regardless of what we do independently or individually or collectively, we need to find a way to strengthen the grid. And I think for us, our ability to strengthen the grid does 2 things. One, it allows more people have access to power. But secondly, I think one of the biggest problems we've realized in Nigeria is the amount of people who rely on diesel generators. Mm-hmm. If there is a more efficient, cleaner, cheaper way, alternative for them to have power, we feel you will pull people away from diesel. The more people you pull away from diesel, automatically you're creating less emission. So it's like a very simple approach. So that's one. The second is to try to see how we can create cleaner, more efficient power that already exists. A lot of power plants that are in the country today are running on open cycle. We think if you're able to create combined cycle initiatives, which basically is pulling in a steam turbine, you would increase the efficiency of a lot of these plants. So that is another low-hanging fruit that we think we can work with the government to achieve. The next is around this diversification of the energy mix. And everyone talks about solar, but I think there's also a big play in the hydro space that has not really been capitalized on. We recently worked to upgrade some turbines in the Kainji plant. I know there are other hydro plants that are being thought about and everything, but if we're able to manage that diversification, I think it really helps. The last thing, which then keys into what most people are doing globally, is how to utilize hydrogen and other cleaner fuel sources. So what we've been doing is, I think I'm going to talk about what we're doing in the US. I think we just announced a partnership with Shell to try to see how we can work with them for a lot of their new LNG plants to go 100% hydrogen to burn the gas turbines that are there. And we decided to do this because what we've realized is in an LNG plant, the largest emission that comes is from power generation. Now, if we're able to do that, really it's all around the combustion engine that we work on. And we spent a lot of money trying to make sure that our equipment will be able to burn hydrogen. This is technology that we can bring into this part of the world. So I've kind of given you a little bit of a snapshot. It's literally a different approach with every country. It's very deliberate in trying to leverage what is the predominant either fuel or resource that every country has, and trying to see how as a technology partner we can be able to help bridge that gap. So I mean, this is a bit of the landscape that we see working globally and regionally.
Good. That's all very interesting. So I see at least business is booming for somebody, huh?
We're trying.
In this transition process. Very well done. So we'll come back to Maria again. And maybe to some extent this may duplicate an earlier discussion on this stage. What are the benefits of decarbonization in the future of power systems in Africa? Are there any benefits to it?
Aside from the obvious benefit of climate change, because obviously by decarbonizing one of the major sources of carbon consumption, we're tackling the biggest challenge that we're facing. So you've got that, and then another benefit would be greater access to funding, since all the funding is moving away from carbon. And then you're able to create more jobs. You're opening up entirely new industries, so you're able to create more jobs, create more opportunities, for the country. And then you're also improving your energy security, your energy supply security, by being able to diversify the sources of power that you rely upon. And then when you consider also rural electrification, it's been a bit harder to reach some of those rural areas, but some of these non-carbon sources are more able to meet the needs of the rural areas.
Okay, very good. Very good. Dr. Adeoye, back to you. What can we do to accelerate the use of natural gas to support industrialization and energy transition in Africa? I know a lot of focus seems to be on it, but what can be done to accelerate the use of natural gas?
Thanks very much once again. The first thing is really government needing to make that a priority. There is always a tendency to use money that you might need to put into natural gas investments into something else due to political exigencies. And in our part of the world, there is so much pressure on the government because there is so much pressure on the populace for basic things. Therefore, it's so vital for the government to have it on the front burner rather than the second burner, that investment in gas has to be a priority. Set aside funds for that purpose. I did mention that our government, the Nigerian government, set aside 250 billion naira for that purpose. We in the industry have reminded the government that it's very, very, very small. It is less than a drop in the ocean, but it's a start. That's number one. The second thing, and it relates to the government as well, they might need to actually fund a sort of subsidy scheme in order to encourage its use. The government has been talking a lot about replacing fuel, petrol, with gas. The cost of petrol today, roughly across Nigeria, is 200 naira per liter. Gas is about 350. So who is going to drop petrol and pick up gas under that situation? We already know that keeping petrol at that price is being done at a huge cost. But the truth is, every adoption, every move towards energy transition in all parts of the world has been driven by some sort of incentives or subsidy towards the transition fuel on the part of the government. For us, we have to do that. It's not just making money for capital investment available. You also have to make money, some money available to subsidize its use for a certain length of time. And thirdly, it's related to the first two, but not exactly the same. There has to be incentives, visible incentives for people to adopt gas. There has to be the market before you are encouraged to produce it. So we have to do something to activate the market as well. Those three things hinge a lot on the government, but they need to be done. It's critical. Without the government, it's not going to happen.
Thank you. So let's think of the role of the other key player in this equation. Mohammed, what do you think large companies, such as your favorite company, can be doing to move this process forward to support the energy transition in Africa? I know you've mentioned specifically what you've been doing in some other countries, but please give us a broader view if you can.
Yeah, no, so I think there are multiple roles that the private sector can play. I think us getting together in a room like this is key. The ability for industry experts and captains of industries, to get together, help talk about the realistic ways that we can get to do some of these very huge things. I think it's very important. It's important because sometimes the government may have the will, but not necessarily the way. And I think we are exposed to a lot more broad approaches on just what has worked in other places. So that best practice, I think, is important for us to do. I know there is a cliche where everyone expects private sector to come in with fundings and solve the world's most greatest problems and stuff like that, but in reality, I think it's a partnership. I think private sector will always go where the opportunity is, but where smart opportunities are. So I think it begets on both private sector and the government to get together to ensure that while the government creates the right sorts of enabling environments, private sector is there to pick up the slack. And then we can always act as just general external advocates. I think when we go outside, when people are talking about either countries or regions that we know, try to make sure that there's a realistic view on what is the landscape like. I think it's very easy for a lot of people to look at the doom and gloom, but in reality, we're local, we do business. There are responsible ways of doing business, even in some of the most risky countries, and I think we owe it to the governments where we work to be able to shed light on some of the smart ways to do things. So I think for me, the real partnership, being a real advocate, and really staying and trying to put your money where your mouth is, I think are a few things that we can do as private sector to help a lot of governments through this transition.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. We have time for just 3 questions from the audience left. I have a favorite question of my own, but I think I'll behave like a foreigner and not use my power. So, 3 questions, please, for the audience. Yes. Oh, I thought you wanted to ask a question. No? Okay, so let me. Yes. You, madam, please introduce yourself briefly before you.
Good morning. My name is Tolu Alabi. I'm from OVH Energy. So my question is, it borders around carbon credits and financing this sustainable energy drive. I know the developed countries are going after using carbon credits as a way of incentivizing organizations to move away from carbon emissions and all of that. Is that something that we can actually adopt in Africa, or are there countries, companies that are already looking at that and taking advantage of that opportunity?
Please. Whoever is comfortable answering it.
Okay, so I do think that there's great opportunity in that. In terms of, and yes, in Nigeria, there are companies that are already taking advantage of that. I know that, NUIMS in conjunction with, I believe it was Total, I believe they had already started trading carbon credits and earning from carbon credits. So yes, it is something that has been tried and tested here, and it's an area that I don't think we have tapped into yet, and a lot of the energy companies would do well to tap into that.
Yeah, I think on my side, I have heard a few people talk about creating models almost similar to what's happening on the infrastructure credit side of things, where companies can build a road and then get tax credit back. I have heard some people think, or at least pass around a bit of surveys on just, do we think something like that could work? I think it's a great idea, but again, I think we have to put it in the realistic timing of what's really the most important thing that we're solving for. I think if we get to a stage where there is a lot of emission and that's a real problem, maybe a lot of more focus will be on it. As it is right now, I think it's more so just development, at least to the vantage point that I have.
The second question.
Excellent panel. Thank you so much. Nick Waith again, Chief Exec of the Energy Institute. I have to say I'm intrigued. This is a question from complete ignorance, but I have solar on my home in the UK, and it's...
You haven't introduced yourself, sir.
Sorry?
No, he did. You haven't introduced, you have?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So I have solar on my roof in the UK, and I can speak with some authority on this, that it is a lot sunnier in Nigeria than it is in the UK. So what is it that means that rooftop solar is not economically sensible in Nigeria? It's not a trick question, it's just I'm intrigued.
Yes. You have to be careful before making a comparison of the disposable income in UK versus the disposable income in Nigeria. That is actually the crux of the matter. And mind you, we have to import everything that we need to set up a solar panel in Nigeria. The exchange rate, naira to dollar, naira to euro, naira to pounds has gone haywire. So when you put all those factors together, declining disposable income, inflation, you arrive at the obvious answer that the problem is that most people cannot afford it. It's not that it's not viable. And I can tell you personally, I've been approached by 2 or 3 solar companies to install a solar panel on my roof. They were offering something like 10 million naira for a panel or the size of panel that could meet my energy needs. I think I need to sleep with an AC for 2 hours at night, for example. To get a solar panel for that, it will cost 10 million naira. The minimum wage, or should I say the medium wage in Nigeria, annual wage, is in the region of 1 million naira or slightly less than that. 10 million naira is really, really a huge luxury. So that's essentially the reason. The market is a bit thin for it, even though there is so much desire to have it.
Sorry, if I could just say something on that as well. Regarding the solar, I think that the market is moving along. I think that technology is helping and some of these costs are coming down and making it a bit more affordable and accessible to the average Nigerian. I certainly think I'm an average Nigerian. I do have solar panels in my house, which I recently installed, just as recent as 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it cost about just shy of 2 million naira. And the amount of energy, of my energy needs that it's meeting is, I was actually pleasantly surprised because, to be honest, I felt solar power, how much can it really do? Probably power one fan here and lights in the house. But no, it actually meets at least, I would say, up to 70% of my energy needs. And it was not that cost prohibitive. Meanwhile, a couple of years back when we were building the house and we did consider putting solar, it was like 4 times that price. So I think that a lot of technology has been put into this and it has advanced to the level that the prices are coming down and it's becoming a bit more affordable for the average Nigerian. I mean, there's still lots of work to be done to get it to where it needs to be, but I think that they're making good strides in that manner.
Thank you.
Not even one more.
No, unfortunately, we've run out of time and we need to try and catch up during the lunch. So I don't know if you have any closing remarks and we'll wrap up the panel.
Thank you all very much indeed. A very distinguished and knowledgeable panel. We thank you for attending. We thank the Energy Institute for the opportunity to be here to share our thinking with you and also to learn from the questions that have come out of the audience. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And a round of applause for our moderator, Mr. Elias. Thank you, Mr. Stockman, Mr. Mijindadi, and Mrs. Luciano Gabriel. Thank you very much. Before we move to lunch, we're going to quickly hear about the new Energy Lounge, and I'm going to invite Blessing Enakimo, the CEO of Blay Global UK, to tell us about that, and then we'll break for lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Blessing, and I'd like to introduce the new Energy Lounge. The Energy Institute Nigeria, in partnership with Blay Global UK, are pleased to present the first edition of the new Energy Lounge at this year's Energy Sustainability Conference. The New Energy Lounge seeks to facilitate collaborative development for stakeholders in the clean energy ecosystem. We are looking to provide a platform for cleaner fuels and energy tech solutions. Sessions in the lounge will include facilitated pitches, B2B meetings, matchmaking, and more. A space where sustainable solutions are collaborated with industry giants to achieve strategic objectives. To put this edition together, we have engaged with a few subject matter experts and leaders in the sector. I would like to personally thank Adedoyin Pierce, the Ventures and Innovation Lead for Africa, Siemens Energy, Mr. Bankole Oloruntoba, CEO, Nigeria Climate Innovation Center, and Oluwatosin Ajide for representing Nigeria Climate Innovation Center here today. The New Energy Lounge aims to draw together a network of players and innovators advancing energy tech and cleaner fuels in Nigeria and Africa at large. We would like to invite you to be part of it. This platform seeks to engage innovators to showcase their solutions, creating opportunities for collaboration within the sector. We would like to hear from you, from all companies represented here, from incubators, from investors, from innovators. Anyone who has any interest in cleaner fuels would like to have a chat with you. Our value proposition is to offer a platform where innovators and startups can meet face-to-face and do business with the big players in the energy sector. Please do join us at the New Energy Lounge. We look forward to having a chat with you there and showing you what solutions we have on offer today. Thank you. Okay. It is break time till 12:30. See you then.
Well, I think Nigerians need to get educated, first of all. Every Nigerian has the responsibility of educating themselves on energy in the country. You know, we have over, according to the statistics, over 200 million people, but we have what I call energy poverty. You know, we don't have enough to go around to the people. So people need to get educated so that when they're talking to their constituents, to the politicians that represent them, they can insist that these politicians help to create and drive policies that will make doing business in Nigeria easier. They should also insist on policies that would help energize the industry. You know, there's a lot we can do in this country. And our youth population is growing, but the jobs are not growing. And the only way we can help drive these jobs is by making sure that we have an enabling environment for small industries to grow.
The interactions. I'm particularly excited to see a lot of women participating. I enjoyed the Women in Energy event and just hearing the women share their stories and expertise. I think we need to have more of those conversations and particularly bring the younger people into the room. We want to see the younger girls sitting down in those rooms as well, listening to these conversations and being inspired to do greater things.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if I would please ask you to kindly take your seats so we can move to the next session before lunch. If I would please ask you to kindly take your seats. In the next session, we're going to be discussing energy security, repositioning Africa in a time of global crisis. And this is going to be a panel discussion. The previous panel focused on what a sustainable energy future looks like for Africa. This panel will be focusing on Africa's energy security. And to join me on this panel session, we're going to have a keynote speaker and 3 panelists. Actually 2 now, because the Honorable Commissioner has already given his keynote. So I'm going to invite up on stage. I will start with Professor Wumi Iledare. If you please give him a warm welcome and welcoming on stage. I will do his introduction prior to his keynote in a short while. Joining us virtually, I also have Ejiro Gray, the Director, Governance and Sustainability of Sahara Group. Can we just do a technology check to see if Ejiro Gray is online? If I would please kindly ask the tech team to just confirm that we have her online. And then last but by no means least, I have Mr. Oga Adejo Ogiri, who's the Principal Consultant of Vapex Advisory. Can we please give all of them a warm welcome? And if I would kindly ask our participants who are still standing in the back to please kindly sit down. Hello, Mr. Ogubanjo, really nice to see you. Hello, Mr. Fasero, really nice to see you as well. Thank you. So please kindly take your seats. Do we have Ejiro Gray online? Can I just get some confirmation that we have her online before we proceed? Okay, I'm told we don't have her online. Will we have her online? Yes, we will. Okay, not a problem. So I'll do a technology check a bit later. So I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker now, Professor Wumi Iledare. He's the newly appointed GNPC Chair in Oil and Gas Economics. That's the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation. He's the Professorial Chair in Oil and Gas Economics at the Institute for Oil and Gas Studies at the University of Cape Coast, Ghana. He's also Professor Emeritus in Petroleum Economics and Policy Research at Louisiana State University Center for Energy Studies. He's been a former Director, Data and Information, and former Director, U.S. Gulf Coast Petroleum Technology Transfer Council at Louisiana State University. He's the immediate past Director of the Emerald Energy Institute at Port Harcourt University, where he administered the graduation of over 70 MSc students in petroleum and energy economics. He is an astute academic, scholar, and professional. It gives me great pleasure to welcome for a short introductory keynote to this panel on energy security, Professor Wumi Iledare. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, let me take permission to stand on existing protocol. I don't know if they have my presentation, but I understand I have about 10 minutes. I'll try to run through what I want to say. Let me again congratulate the Energy Institute for organizing this. I mean, application knowledge is the basis for wisdom, and application of knowledge delivers wisdom as well. I really thank you for the chairman, UK Energy Institute Worldwide, CEO, and the chairman, Energy Institute Nigeria, my dear friend and chair. You are well appreciated for the knowledge you have about this industry. So I'm going to speak briefly on what I call energy security, the positioning Africa in a time of global energy crisis. I'll just run through the presentation and then we can engage in the discussion forum. Let me also appreciate all the panelists before, and of course the former managing director, my dear Yewande. This is classic. Even look at the materials, look at the podium, look at the settings. I think we appreciate your standard, and we hope people will buy into it and see what the application of knowledge can do to reposition Africa properly. If we go to the next slide, please, I'm going to be looking at the global crisis and challenges within the framework of energy security. And permit me to rephrase the title of my speech to something like the implications of energy security aspect of the energy trilemma phenomenon in Africa. And actually we've spoken to the fact that the energy transition train is already on the move, and Africa cannot stand still and not join into it. So I will look at what energy security definitions are and some perspective in the past, and then I'll look at the security aspect of energy trilemma. The challenges that the world has faced, if we go to the next slide, which is global challenges, energy transition is a global challenge. And it has to, the rapidity of attaining energy transition cannot be the same across the globe. And what I can warn Africa not to do is to get grants and aid that will not make them think through the process of getting to that net zero. If we go to the next slide, you're going to see one of the greatest implications of energy transition and some of the global challenges that we've gone through is with respect to feeding ourselves. You could see the Russia-Ukraine war, what it has done even to natural gas, which is so important. I was so shocked when His Excellency was telling me that there was a blackout in the United Kingdom. It's unheard of. So basically, even as we talk about energy sustainability, from an environmental point of view, we must also think in terms of economic sustainability as well as maintaining our quality of life. I used to use the word, we call it Pareto optimality. When you're on that efficiency curve, it becomes impossible to make something better off without surrendering something. So it's about economic security, energy security, and environmental sustainability. And I don't think we are the Pareto optimality framework yet in the global sense of it. So next slide, please. So basically then you can see from the energy equity point of view, just look at the red line, and Africa must pay attention to it, what we call per capita energy consumption. You can see us right there at the bottom compared to every other region. If If you go to the next slide, and they mentioned that early today, but those are the things we are going to think and put into consideration, even as we continue to think about the energy transition plan that all of us are rushing to prepare without adequately making sure that there is a thought-through process. So energy security is so key. So basically, next slide, please. Even as you could see, look at that dot there, that's North Africa. That's North Africa. Every other region in Africa, and look at West Africa in particular, and you'll see. Now let's move to the next slide, and I'm going to round up quickly because I know time is against. Next slide, next slide. You see, the emphasis for this particular session is the energy security component, which is a reflection of not only now, but the future. Energy security reflects sustainable availability, sustainable accessibility, sustainable affordability, and sustainable accessibility. It's called the 4 A's of energy transition. Next slide, please. Availability, next slide, accessibility, acceptability, and affordability. So anytime you think in terms of energy security, the first question is, how can I sustain the availability of energy? The next thing is, how can I make it affordable? Next slide, please. And the next thing is, how can I make that energy source acceptable? And this is where the environmental component comes in. Availability has to do with resource endowment. So there are 4 important things to think about when you talk about supply hazard. Physical disruption, and you just saw it between the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And then you have economic disruption. You can see it with the effect of COVID-19, where the supply chain was affected. And then you have social disruption, where if the government today would take subsidy out of petrol, you are going to have social unrest. And then, of course, finally, you have the environmental risk, which is the essence of the current dispensation of zero carbon. Next. So you could then look at the vulnerability of the energy system, which has a lot of risk, but everything depends on the sources, the perception, and the resilience and diversity. And that's going to take me to where I think Africa needs to go. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. I just keep moving. Now, that's what I think we need to think about when we are about to debate the energy security dimension for Africa from the Trilemma Index. You see, you have energy equity, you have energy security. I call it energy sustainability, but normally they want to call it environmental sustainability. The key from us now in Africa, what are the optimal paths that we can reposition ourselves so that we can be useful first to ourselves and next to the globe. Even the Bible says, love your enemy, love your neighbors as yourself. If you are not able to love yourself, you cannot love your neighbor. So if we don't think about security of energy supply within the African context, then we are not going to be able to position ourselves in such a way that we are going to be useful under the current dispensation. So what I'm going to advocate is energy mix strategy. And basically, listen, Africa cannot think of moving along that red line with respect to renewable energy. There's no way in which Africa can rapidly translate itself depending on renewable energy for its energy security. But it must be part and parcel of the mix. And this is where I'm going to go to the next slide to actually then emphasize the benefits of energy supply mix. It is one way in which Africa can guarantee energy security. It is a way to avoid energy disruptions and strengthens energy security. It is a way to be able to put renewable energy resources, such as solar and wind, as part of the mix to minimize energy insecurity. Next slide. But, and I know you want me to say it here, don't you? The management and deployment of manpower is critical for Africa in this new energy transition journey. If you are going to depend on technology that you do not have, you are going to make yourself more vulnerable. So apart from energy insecurity, you're going to run into energy poverty, you're going to run into economic poverty, and you are going to run into what I call energy unaffordability. Nobody will be able to pay for energy if you don't strategize, beginning with manpower development that will make you secure in energy deliverability to your people in Africa. Begins with leadership, management, engineering, and technical preparations. And that means part of the energy security repositioning is looking at your intellectual development. No nation can grow faster than its intellectual community. In fact, you will be surprised that the investment you had several years ago is what you are benefiting from now. Otherwise, things will have been harder. Next slide. Barrier and enablers of energy transition in Africa begins with governance. The ability to put governance institutions in place that are not personalized. So if we are going to be able to have security and be able to deliver, governance is key. Because this is time we'll have been reaping a lot of benefits if we had done even petroleum industry reform in 2012. Because by now, the infrastructure will have been in place to be able to manage the current crisis. Let me conclude. Final slide, please. And I think I've done well. I've spoken for about 8 minutes. Energy is life. No. Its consumption drives prosperity and sustainability. And believe me, Africa must seek robust energy solutions and management that is underpinned with technology, economics, policy, and good governance. Listen, this is not a political podium. But without good governance, you cannot attract investment. Africa does not have the money to put a transition plan together that has what I call energy supply mix. The energy mix strategy, in my opinion, is the best way. Do not let go of what you have, but do not hesitate to add more to what you have that you did not have before. We should not allow energy transition to be cloud our judgment with respect to the likelihood of wealth transfer, which you have enjoyed over the last 60 years. Because right now you don't have the technology. And you must prepare the manpower that you have if you do not want to continue to experience energy crisis. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Wumi Ile-Dare, for that opening keynote. Some very pertinent points made, which we shall dissect during the panel discussion. Okay, so welcome to the panel discussion, everyone. I'm just going to do another technology check to ensure that our virtual participant, Ejiro Gray, Director of Governance, oh, there she is. I hope you can hear us,
Yes,
Ejiro.
I can. Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Can we get the volume feedback from her end before we commence? Ejiro, I would just ask you to say hello to everyone, just to make sure we can hear you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So the subject for the panel is energy security, and the starting point I wanted to begin on, really, the question is to you. The European Commission announced a plan to make Europe independent of Russia gas supplies by 2030. So there's a broad global plan to make the European Union independent of Russian gas supplies. And one of the key strategic partners for that pursuit is seen as the African continent. You have countries like Algeria, Equatorial Guinea, Mozambique, Nigeria, Cameroon, who are all gas suppliers. So if Africa is trying to pursue energy security, a key question is, should we be prioritizing gas exports to a market that is also keen on ensuring its own energy security and specifically independence from Russia? What are your thoughts on Africa positioning itself as a prime supplier of gas to the European Union? And my question is to Professor Wumi Iledare in the context of this discussion.
Well, thank you very much. I think, and I'm going to go back to Petroleum Industry Act, with respect to the emphasis on domestic use of gas for sustainable economic development. I am not in any way opposed to additional investment that will be dedicated for European Union needs. But the PIA gave an opportunity to develop gas for the domestic use with a 2.5% royalty instead of 5%. I'm going to say the same thing that I said earlier. Love your neighbor as yourself. The quality of life in Europe compared to the quality of life in Nigeria or Africa as a whole is wide and wide and wide. Additional investment to develop gas that does not cloud up the need of energy for sustainable economic development is welcome. But it must not cloud up the investment for domestic gas use. The priority should be sustainable economic growth and development within the African context without necessarily isolating yourself. You don't have the money, but you can create incentive that instead of exporting the gas, people will move the industry here because we don't have emission. How can the government create incentive that industry will come here, emit as much as you have, because we are not emitting? The people will be employed, the economy will grow, and then we will catch up. But at the same time, we will supply the need of the globe. But there must be an incentive to develop our economy. The same thing with export of oil. If you are going to come and look for oil in Nigeria, there must be some policy that will give you incentive to refine products here so that young people will be employed as well. I'm not opposed to investing to supply global energy need, but there must be complementary socio-economic development using the same natural gas. Otherwise, we're going to follow the same path of the way we have used oil over the 60 years, and the life of young people compared to my life when I was making 500 naira a month. Yes, my salary 40 years ago was 500 naira a month, and I have a better life than the young people that I saw today. I mean, I went to somebody who has a graduate education. I look at the apartment where he's raising his child. I wouldn't have lived in the same apartment 40 years ago.
Thank you, sir.
You must be careful.
Thank you. And I think that sort of speaks to your point about energy security being a function of governance and economic stability. So I'm going to come to Ejiro. I hope you're still there. And
Yes,
my question to you, in terms of the work you do around governance and sustainability, is really what specific policies do we need to create the type of domestic or regional energy security that we desire to see on the continent?
Okay, thank you, Rolake. First and foremost, we must, even as countries within the continent, be looking at what are the countries that have sort of similar energy demands, similar energy needs, and even the energy architecture. And how can we align? How can we create economies of scale? How can we drive investment towards ensuring that there's some level of cooperation to bring about that reality? Now, another thing is we all see what's going on with the dollar, with foreign exchange. What can the government do to ensure that there are guarantees in place for private investors? When creating policies to incentivize, to de-risk the sector, is there a tendency to favor foreign investors over local? Because we must encourage the local investors. At the end of the day, nobody knows the continent and knows the issues pertaining to the continent like the locals. And so it's important that we're creating an equitable platform for both local and foreign investors to participate in the sector. And another thing that government has to really do is also ensure that, like Professor Iledare rightly said, that there are policies in place to ensure that you are not swaying investment away from investment in domestic gas, because we need the infrastructure for domestic gas proliferation as well. So what are we doing? What policies are we putting in place to encourage investment in that regard and to do it quickly? Because it will take time to put in place. So even when we're talking about, also pursuing the opportunity to supply Europe and secure that, while that is important, that opportunity will not be there forever. And so even the earlier we take advantage of the opportunity to develop locally and as well as internationally, that will make a huge world of difference. One of the things we need to do to ensure energy security is also to ensure that internal sustainability within Africa, because we have the market. We can actually meet our own demand internally and sort of create some kind of resilience against this sporadic changes in policy internationally on the global energy landscape. So it's also about ensuring that locally the demand is not just based on population growth, but also on industrialization. And that's where, creating the right policies for investment comes into play, for not just power, not just energy, but for other sectors as well.
Thank you very much. I need to ask you a question, and my question is really, are we being a bit insular? Because, when we talk about African energy security, one of the things in my mind is, does Nigeria need to build all of the infrastructure? And as African countries, should some countries not focus on what their competitive advantage is, depending on their natural resource base? So for instance, and Adrian, this question is coming back to you because I know Sahara Group does work across West Africa. Mozambique and South Africa have a pipeline where the country that produces supplies to industry in another country. So surely part of Africa's energy security is regionalization. How do you see that potentially playing so that we don't end up being so insular as a country?
So I think there's a lot of potential there. The question then is, how serious are we about tapping into that potential? Because it's very important for all sectors within the energy industry to ensure that whatever we're doing, we're also sort of introducing some sort of backward integration and collaboration across the divide. Because like you rightly said, what would be the point of a country having to carry on the load of all the investment when you can actually share that burden, when you can actually leverage your strengths across board? So I think it's really important that we're looking more closely at countries that have similar energy infrastructure, similar energy architecture and needs. How are they able to leverage each other's strengths and sort of use that to address their energy access needs across board? What can we do in that regard? Because if we can do it in terms of like oil and gas, why can't we do it for electricity as well? It really just takes I'd say, sincerity of purpose and seriousness on the part of the government, and willingness to collaborate with the private sector by creating the right environment, enabling environment to encourage investment in that sector. But if the right environment is not there, if the enabling environment is not there, it's going to be very difficult to attract the kind of investment that you need to even spur these countries to align in that regard.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ejiro. So I'm going to come to you, Organ, now. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about gas as a key driver of energy security on the continent. Looking at your work across the infrastructure value chain, what are some of the challenges and bottlenecks we currently have? And what solutions do you see for unlocking the gas value chain?
Okay. Thank you, Rolake, and good day, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to speak on this very topical issue, and thanks to the Energy Institute. Like you said, pardon me to just quickly add one or two things to Prof. Prof is my professor as well. He taught me a few years ago, but I just have a bit more radical viewpoints compared to what Prof said. And for me, I want us to look at I'll come back to the question, to look at the fact that at 200 TCF of gas reserves, and with what Mr. Balawunti told us earlier today, 5.3 BCF per day marketable gas volumes, it will take us 100 years plus to exhaust our reserves, and therefore there is a risk that some of our reserves could be stranded. So for me, I think a bit more radical in exploiting their reserves within the window we have, and if a lot of it can go to export, you know, especially because of the opportunity we currently see with Russia, Ukraine, and Europe, we should take advantage of it, because I feel also we are also going to build and get financing for the infrastructure to also aid domestic. I know he talked about that, but I just feel we should also go at it. We should have a deliberate effort to filling the gap which Russia has left, and use that opportunity to also build domestic finance.
Can I probe you a bit further? When you say we need to be radical, what specifically do we need to be doing from a timing perspective? Because this window of opportunity may close. So can you just break it down? So
first of all, in terms of, I think we even need to be more aggressive in terms of the kind of fiscal incentives we give. The PIA is a very big improvement, giving fiscal incentives to gas development, especially for domestic projects. But we can also go a step further and revise it and make it more attractive to even foreign investors to come here and exploit these reserves. Because we're looking at an energy transition. We're looking at 2060, where we want to try and reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. So I think in the next 30, 40 years, we need to do as much as possible. And giving an example, when we started NLNG 20 years ago, I think some of the terms were one of the most attractive in the world, that at some point in time attracted finance and made NLNG one of the fastest growing LNG plants, until we got stuck maybe around 10, 12 years ago. So I think that's one way, at more attractive fiscal incentives to attract capital and exploit the reserves which we have. To your question, which is about looking at the value chain and some of the challenges we have, one of the key challenges in the domestic sector is the fact that the challenges across the gas to power value chain. Power contributes, or is still the biggest consumer of about 60% of domestic gas supply, and therefore the challenges in that value chain affects supply. We all know the challenges mostly tied to illiquidity and the sector being unable to pay its bills. So that has affected the gas industry, because therefore you're not incentivized to supply as much as or build or invest for that sector. Other issues are around pricing. We still have a regulated pricing, even though that refers mainly to the volumes under the domestic gas delivery obligation. But that is still predominantly the volumes that comes to the domestic market. That doesn't give the certainty and the assurance for investors, knowing that government can, alter, or government has the right to change pricing while when they want to. So moving to a more market-led, willing buyer, willing seller pricing regime, in my view, would help unlock the value chain. And then thirdly, things around, we talk about government policies. One of them is fuel subsidies. We've heard that the social consequences of unlocking subsidies, but it also has impact because of non-removal of subsidies means we can't, autogas, which should be an emerging opportunity and allowing us to transit from, or allowing people to switch to gas for vehicular use, cannot be unlocked because you have subsidized petrol, for example, which is cheaper than autogas, right? So these are issues which I think are affecting the value chain in addition to so many others. But I think I'll just anchor my response there.
Thank you very much. I think many of those issues are very familiar and till this day, we're still talking about pricing and the fiscals. But I want to come back to you, Professor Wumi. I want to try and paint a picture. So when you look at a country like the United States, one of the things that Joe Biden's government has been very good in doing is putting out a very strong message with relation to global oil geopolitics. So recently when OPEC and OPEC Plus took the decision to curb production by 2 million barrels a day, two responses we typically get in America is a move to either release strategic national reserves into the American market, because midterm elections, they want to keep consumers happy, energy prices affordable, or they issue statements around realigning their relationship with Saudi. But the point is, America responds. So there's a strategic national priority around energy security. So my question really is, for a country like Nigeria, what should be our response from a strategic perspective, number one? What should we be saying at COP27 and all these international forums? And then secondly, from a macroeconomic perspective, I personally believe that energy security is actually economic security and economic stability. A lot of the investments we're going to be making in energy infrastructure may mean that we get into more debt as a country. So debt sustainability is key. How can we address those issues? So I've sort of packed two questions in one, and I was wondering whether you could wear your economic hat and help us answer those. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, but I think the President of the United States reacted without necessarily putting into consideration the fundamentals of the market. Because basically what OPEC did is to balance the supply of demand and balance supply and demand. And basically even removing 2 million, technical production does not necessarily mean you have removed marketed production. I just want to bet. But then again, politics is part of the game. So he's doing what he has to do because today's the election day. And Americans, we always look at their pocket. And the government must be sensitive to it. You can only wish you have a governance structure like that, where the people, not the elite, are the people you are paying attention to. And that's my concern with some of the decisions that have been made with respect to investment. I thought originally, and I hope I'm answering your question well, that the decade of gas mantra is not about foreign exchange earnings.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
That is the decade of gas mantra that actually started under Yaradua was about domestic expansion of gas consumption. That was the original intention. And when you shift your priority and you are pursuing foreign exchange earnings, then you run into problems. Energy security is not just about now. It has intergenerational implications. See, if you have energy today and you don't have energy tomorrow for the oncoming generation, that's not energy security. So and then, even though you may not believe it, gas is an exhaustible resource. And what you produce and consume today has implication on the pricing of gas tomorrow. And that is that aspect. OPEC did not do anything wrong. Neither is OPEC backing Russia. OPEC is looking at market clearing price for maximization of economic welfare of the producers without necessarily creating havoc for the consumers, because it is in the interest of the consumer for price to be stable. Now let's come to gas in Nigeria. I personally believe that the policy is there. It's called Gazetted Natural Gas Policy of 2017. Of course, this government deviated from it and started things that are not necessarily as gazetted. If we have followed that 2017 gazetted gas policy, what happened now? We will have overcome it because we will have been ready. But we went, that is not to criticize the government, but the government must respond for the security of the future and not only the security of today. Because you can be secure today and insecure tomorrow. What I'm worried about with the international movement of natural gas is what the US experienced in 1977 and 1978 with the Natural Gas Policy Act, whereby before the intra there was a competition between the intrastate and interstate markets. You're already experiencing it in Nigeria with the LLNG and gas to power. To the extent that the only gas you have to generate power are residual gas that LLNG does not take. You can't do that. If you are going to invest a lot of money to build a pipeline to Europe, that becomes priority. And the 2007 trillion cubic feet of gas that we have are majorly stranded. Requires a lot of investment to put infrastructure to make it happen. And you even need to do field development to be able to produce it. And if I put my money to invest on moving gas to Europe, that is priority because I have to recover my investment.
Thank you, sir. I mean, you said a lot there, and I guess part of the concern is that we seem to be a constant pawn in the global geopolitics game. So when there's a need for curbing back on carbon emitting fossil fuels, we're not financing energy. When there's a global geopolitical or supply challenge, Africa is now seen as a key strategic partner. And the real message is we need to take control of our own destiny. But my question now, I'm going to come to you, Ejiro, is really around the sustainability and the ESG pool, looking at governance as key to energy security. I just want to check that Ejiro is still with us. If we can show her on screen. Great, fantastic. So in your view, what are some of the governance challenges that the industry faces today, both from a public sector perspective, so in terms of the governing institutions and the environment, but also with regards to the pressures that companies are under with regards to their ESG reporting, which has become a major global criteria really for attracting funding? How can companies better work to ensure that their activities are environmentally, socially, and compliant in terms of governance principles? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think the issue of ESG, in order not for it to be seen as a burden or a major challenge, I think it has to do with the mindset and the philosophy of the organization to start with. So why are you doing it? Are you doing it because I just need to attract financing and then that's it? Or are you doing it because you understand that it's strategic and it's critical to your sustainability as a business? And so the ESG aspect really is just about reporting on what you're doing, the standards you're maintaining to ensure that you're seeing in positive light. But like I said, it goes back to the question, why are you doing it? If you understand that it's significantly tied to the sustainability of your business, especially in the long term, then you will invest in it as a core part of your business and not as an add-on or just a necessary evil. And that's sort of the kind of approach that we've taken in Sahara Group with sustainability, with what we do. And so it's not just about, let's just rush into it and say all the nice things and have everybody think, oh, we're doing fantastic. No, it's about, we're realistic. We have our strategic aspirations as a business. What can we do to ensure that, number one, our strategic aspirations are met in a sustainable way? Number two, you remain relevant in the game. Number three, that you continue to perform. And so we have what we call sort of like Pareto, and I'll explain what that means. You must ensure that you're performing in the business. You must ensure that as you're performing, you're creating reforms in the way you do business, in your operations, in decarbonizing, in your transition towards net zero, but in a manner that is realistic, in a manner that does not jeopardize your revenue lines as well, your lines of business, in a manner that is consistent, and that you won't start off now and then, sort of fall off the wagon in a bit. And in doing that as well, you're then informing your stakeholders, and that's where the ESG reporting comes in. You're constantly informing your stakeholders, you're constantly updating the market as well. And in that, you're transforming into that energy company of the future that you need to be, in a way that you start to actually outperform what you even originally set out to do. So for any serious company, any company that's serious about ESG, serious about sustainability, it's not about greenwashing. It's not about just doing what you should be seen to be doing. It's about doing what is realistic and what actually works for your business. And so it has to be multifaceted. So take, for instance, for the Sahara Group, that is an integrated energy conglomerate. You're looking at the power sector. What can you do? Yes, you must invest in renewables. You must add the renewables to your energy mix. It's important. But also ensure that you have gas supply for your gas-fired power plants to ensure that there's that grid stability. Because renewables will not take us to the level of industrialization we need to be at the pace that we need to get to immediately. And so it's important that you're sort of balancing that out. In the area of upstream as well, what are you doing to ensure that whilst you're still drilling the oil and the gas, you're also sort of investing in abatement technologies, in trying to reduce that? Because, I mean, like we all know, fossil fuels are not going to go away overnight. We've seen that expediency drives policy. So even in the pursuit of that line of business, what are you doing to ensure that you're managing your environmental footprint? In downstream as well, what are you doing to ensure that even as you're going about in the supply and distribution of energy, of gas, and all of that, what are you doing? Are you also being intentional about gradually increasing your gas play over the oil and gas? We've done a lot of investment in LPG vessels and all that just to sort of address the supply gap across the West African sub-region. So for me, ESG is really about understanding how critical it is to your business as a core part of your business operations, and not just as a reporting standard that will a necessary evil that you have to do.
Thank you very much. Really, really important words. And one of the things that really strikes me about this is thinking through the issue of ESG and energy security, that the actual physical security of our energy assets is just as important. People often talk about having your operating license, but your social license to operate is actually key to the physical security of your assets as an energy company. I'm going to ask the audience to give you a heads up. We have about 15 minutes for Q&A, so we're doing quite well from a timing perspective. But just before we come to that, as you prepare your questions, one of the issues that was raised was about manpower. And actually, in this global energy transition and securing the future of African energy, is we need the human capital to drive it. And the question in my mind is, how are we preparing the future workforce for this new dynamic? I'd love Oga maybe to share very briefly one or two thoughts on that, and then we'll go to a Q&A, and anybody else who wants to share can do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Rolake. That's a very difficult question. Like was said in the previous panel, the oil and gas industry is no longer attractive to the younger generation. And not to put the blame, but we have vilified the industry. We've, put the blame on the industry for carbon emissions and polluting the earth and for all the dirty things, climate change. So therefore, it's not out of place saying that the younger generation are wanting to stray into other areas. However, there's a lot of opportunity to remedy the situation. There's a lot of innovation that we hear about, and I think that as those come into play and begin to help decarbonize the industry, because even decarbonizing the oil and gas industry has become a big thing now. And as that begins to happen, I think that may begin to help, change the perception of the industry and help attract more people. But as a country, just speaking about in-country, Nigeria, and I also help coordinate the Gas Association. One of the things that we're trying to do is to do a lot of advocacy, and as we're doing advocacy, get people to see that this is an industry that is tied to the overall economic development of the country. Energy poverty is linked to your economic prosperity. So therefore, if people, so it's just creating that environment for people to see that this industry is very critical, to our economic prosperity, and we hope that with those kind of advocacies, people begin to see the need to, come into this industry because they can see a connection towards creating an impact beyond, the negative perceptions that the industry has had the last few years.
So we need more socially conscious future energy workers and more corporates that are actual corporate citizens. Thank you very much for those words. So I'm going to throw open the floor for a few questions. I saw Mr. Olorunshola's hand go up. So if we could get the mic there, and I'll look around to see if there's anybody else. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Austin Olorunsola. I'm just thinking in my head that I think the elephant in the room is money, funding at the end of the day. And whether you think in terms of grants or whatever, internally generated sources, you can think, oh, that's also good. But beyond all that, and this question is for everybody, including Rolake too, beyond all that, what kind of sources or models do you think Africa basically can tap on in supporting all these climate actions towards all our relative energy transition goalposts? Because that's really the elephant in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so maybe I'll attempt a bit, if I may. I know I'm the moderator, but I think maybe I can answer a couple of questions on the funding side. I mean, the reality is energy self-sufficiency, I think, also means, to some extent, financial self-sufficiency. And, everybody's in COP27 now waiting on the elusive $100 billion for climate adaptation, which, let's face it, those countries have their own priorities. And I don't think Africa can afford to depend on that. One of the things I think here in Nigeria we need to do is look at our local capital markets. Recently, I was speaking to the main sponsor of the Nigeria Infrastructure Debt Fund. And that fund is delivering returns to investors on long-term infrastructure funded and invested locally in Naira. Recent policies, I know, by PENCOM to enable pension funds to tap into local infrastructure projects in gas and elsewhere along the energy value chain, I think will be key. There is a pressing issue around our debt sustainability as a country. I don't know that we can fund large-scale infrastructure at the national level in the way we want to. I'll open it up for others to respond. The second question on what models are best, I have two ideas. The first one is, I was doing some research and I recently found that the DRC, which is one of the main battery mineral producers in the world, so lithium, copper, cobalt, produces about 60-70% of copper and global cobalt, but has only managed to capture 3% of the global battery mineral value chain. Now, I think that the model that is going to work best for many of our resource-rich countries is a similar model to what Botswana pursued with its diamond hub. so that whilst we're exporting to Europe and doing all that, we're retaining the majority of the value locally by encouraging the processing, the refining, the smelting, the assembling, and all of that here locally. That is part of the energy and natural resource security story. But obviously that is going to require a conducive business environment, because Botswana, for instance, De Beers located its diamond processing hub to Gaborone because the government had created an environment and platform for it to do so. That model can still work in a country like Nigeria. It's something that I think we need to do with gas. I know, for instance, there's a composite cylinder manufacturing plant here locally. That is a good first step. We need more of local manufacturing and value creation. And that sort of model of sustainable economic development, I think, is one that we can pursue. I don't know whether Professor Ilidari also has some thoughts on Mr. Olorunshola's question.
Thank you, I think.
If you pull the mic a bit closer.
Yeah, for those who do not know the amount of work that was put in the Petroleum Industry Act, you will see that it's completely different from what has always been. The government actually surrendered a lot of revenue with the hope that output will be expanded. And when output is expanded, the base for generating revenue will have been higher. However, and that's what you have to do. I know the question about manpower was not direct. Nigeria is not necessarily incapacitated with manpower. The number one problem for Nigeria is what I call manpower deployment. If Nigeria would deploy their manpower, you can be rest assured that value will be created based on some of the strategies that they have in place. I listened attentively to the president for GE with respect to what they are trying to do to capture the opportunities that exist. They're not going to come to Nigeria and do what they are doing in the US. But the government must create an enabling environment with policy incentives that is devoid of institutional capture or elite capture. And that is the only way you can encourage people. We must come to terms, my friends, that energy investment is not a quick return. It's a long-term thing that is even, again, I'm going to use the word, has generational implications. The payout time is not tomorrow when you are talking about some of these things that you are doing. You must be willing to stay in the long run. But the environment must be conducive for someone to put billions of dollars in place and wait 10 years before the first money will come. Education becomes the key. There are so many different models that you can have. And funding some of these projects is equity fund. The government must find a way to find people that have so much money to release it as equity partners. And anytime a new business is coming that people are not sure, this is where the role of government comes in. And that's where you have this idea of public-private partnership. But it must not be an invitation for somebody to come and get a reward for supporting me. It must be someone there that they see and somebody say, oh, I trust this man. I will put my money, even if it's going to take 10 years. The orientation has to change. The energy transition is moving. But Rungbe people cannot drive it. No.
Thank you, sir. I don't know if Ejiro, if you're online, if you have any responses to the question that was asked.
So I'm online, and I'm just going to piggyback on what you said regarding the Botswana model. It's really important that we start to review the extractivist model that we tend to follow with regard to the utilization of our resources. It's important that we're creating industry, even as we're exporting, we're also creating a local market. Because I had said something earlier, that resilience, ability to build our own resilience, and not be so easily swayed by everything that is going on in the international market. That's not to say we should be insular, but we have the market to be also sustain our own development. So why aren't we building it? And one good way to do that is by that integration by ensuring that we're reinforcing our value chain, and we're also utilizing the resources locally in order to create industrialization, in order to drive economic development, rather than just exporting everything at once.
Thank you very much, Adrian. It actually reminds me of something I heard recently that was quite funny at the Africa Energy Week. Somebody made the point that Africa has not even started carbonizing because our global emissions is so low and we haven't industrialized. So to them to be asked to decarbonize, we're so far behind the curve. I thought that was interesting. Mr. Fasinro had a question. If we take that.
Good afternoon. My name is Mustafa Fasinro. I just have a fundamental question. I hear energy mix, I hear gas, I hear sustainability, I hear mining. I just want to ask, with all of this, is there a defined Nigerian energy architecture? How do we balance all the resources, and how do we see what exactly happens with that mix? So what needs more investment today? What needs more investment tomorrow? We hear all of this, and I think that's part of the reason why there is a limited amount of funding, because we operate investment or projects in silos of the bigger picture. So is there a defined, at least Nigerian energy architecture that we can all take a look at and maybe create opportunities and projects out of?
Thank you. Good question. Wow, that's a big one. I'm going to ask Olga if you'd like to take a stab.
Thanks for that question, and he's probably right. I have seen up to 10 different policies that are not in any way linked to each other. But I think recently we've come up with an energy transition plan. There are still comments on how sustainable that is, but I want to say perhaps that should be our overarching energy plan, and also in line with the fact that Mr. President made a commitment to net zero 2060. So I think that plan should have the broad workings of an energy architecture, but he also recognizes that gas is a transition fuel. First of all, recognizes that energy transition is real and we need to transit at some point, and also talks about what we need to do to transit using gas as a transition fuel. So that is what I would say.
Are you convinced about the sustainability of that plan? Because it was put forward by a government in its final tenure, final days of its administration, basically.
So as an individual, and not representing the voice of my association, I have some concerns about the plan. The plan is quite ambitious. It talks about funding almost $1.9 trillion, which we need to finance that plan. How many $1 billion additional every year? When we're struggling to our 20 or $30 billion budget, we still don't know how we're going to finance it. So there are challenges with the funding. It's not been very clear how that will happen. Secondly, there are thoughts, and I want to align with those thoughts, that it looks as if we transition to quite rapidly and not leveraging or not taking, giving sufficient time to leverage our oil and gas resources to financing that transition. So the transition of that plan is a bit tied towards external funding rather than us using the resources we have, which we've all spoken about here, towards financing that transition. So I think a lot more, in my view, we could have, it's a bit too aggressive, and we're transiting a bit too rapidly.
Yeah, and I think it's safe to say that the PIA and the Energy Transition Plan, if you're an investor coming to Nigeria today, should be the two go-to pieces of regulation or policy you should look at. And in fact, some have argued that the Energy Transition Plan is a response to parts of the PIA that didn't really address the issue of the energy transition. But maybe you want to see Mr. Fasinro after the panel discussion. Can we give him a mic, please, so he can...
Yes, because at the end of the day, let me just paint a little picture for you. If you draw a map of Nigeria, where do you encourage solar panel farms? Where do you have that? Where do you encourage more gas production? Where do you put more power generation units? How do, actually, I take this back. I guess we're going to have an intellectual conversation over what is not. The answer to the question that there's no energy infrastructure. Everybody's just doing what they think is necessary for survival, for value. Sorry, I had to answer my own question.
No, I think we understand the sentiments. I think we share a lot of the concerns, and this is a conversation that will continue. I think we have time for just one more question. We're meant to do a hard stop at 1:45. Does anybody have one final question? Otherwise, I'll ask the panelists to give closing remarks. And perhaps I can start with Professor Iledare, and I'll go to Ejiro and come back to Oga. Very brief closing remarks.
Well, thank you again. I want to say that the potential in Nigeria is really great. I also think that there are capable hands to unlock that potential to add value. I think Nigeria is very fortunate and well prepared for the energy transition. People said I'm too optimistic with respect to what PIA has gotten to offer. And I've listened to. It took 20 years to reform the industry. We got a document. If we implement it, actually the PIA is prepared for the energy transition if we take time to look for it. It actually gave room for accelerated production of gas. It also created opportunity for gas to power. It did a lot of things that Nigeria is very fortunate that it's been there, this energy transition phenomenon that is going on. Because we have abundance of gas. The global, worldwide, natural gas has been accepted as a transition fuel. We must capture it. And PIA has given us a tremendous opportunity to be able to really unlock the potential for natural gas. But it must be for sustainable economic development locally first. Albeit, to attract investment, we must find some markets that will guarantee whatever production that we have, that in the process, the domestic market will benefit. We must be careful so that we do not lose that track and follow the path of oil development that we followed for 60 years, which ended up changing the structure of the governance of Nigeria. The structure of the governance of Nigeria was changed because of oil money. And we must be careful not to allow natural gas, the emerging natural gas phenomenon worldwide, to take us to a path that we end up creating a Yugoslavia experience.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow. Cautionary tale there. Ejiro.
Okay, so for me, I think energy security and, for me, I think the energy transition, rather, for Nigeria is really about energy security. It's about closing the energy access gap. I think if we start to look at it from that perspective and not just follow the bandwagon approach of what the West is doing, it will naturally translate to us also addressing our development needs, because that's just as critical. And it's high time we stop seeing the two as mutually exclusive. They complement each other. In fact, they're part and parcel of each other if you think about it. So I think that if we start to look at it from that perspective, that energy transition is really about closing that energy access gap for us and for driving our investment, and then start driving every other thing in a way that aligns with that primary objective. And as much as we say, we're in grave need of technology and engineers and all of that to drive energy security, I also think that any plans, any policies we have are just as good as the governance structure and the framework on which it is built. And so we also need policymakers, policy interpreters, so we don't keep ending up in that place where we have policies that ordinarily should be geared towards the same objective but end up working across purposes. So I think it's really important that we look at the governance aspect of it. How are we interpreting those policies? Are we ensuring alignment, even in the agencies that drive those policies?
Thank you very much, Adria. And Olga, you have the final say.
Okay, closing comments, I'll say Africa has abundant energy resources, both renewable and fossil fuels. And as we respond to the global desire to create energy transition plans and try to mitigate the climate issue, we should not forget to realize that the best way to do that is utilizing the resources we have, maximizing, developing our gas resources towards developing an economy which will enable us also to solve the energy poverty issue. We have energy poverty because our economies are not as developed, and therefore we cannot afford energy. Secondly, to also say that African countries should also be willing to take advantage of the opportunity that is opening up to position themselves to also supply these resources, especially when it comes to gas globally, because the export revenues can also be used to financing infrastructure that is needed to also increase energy access. And thirdly, to say there's a need for more regional collaboration. You talked about it, and which I think it's key to leveraging, taking advantage of areas where we have these resources and making it available for the benefit of the region. So I'll just say, one, we should need to collaborate a lot more. Let's use our resources to finance the energy transition, and let's open up to the opportunity to also export resources to finance, help get the revenues to build infrastructure to increase energy access.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll help me to thank the panelists. It's been a very engaging discussion. Thank you very much, Ejiro Gray of Sahara Group, Olga of VAPAX Advisory, and Professor Ile Dare. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. I've been told that we have a poll that would like everyone to participate in just before the next session. I would also ask the moderator for the next session, Mr. Okechukwu Mba, MD of Anno Gas Processing Company, to please also get ready to come up and introduce his panelists. So I think we can leave the stage now. Yes, I do. I'll give it to you. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're just going to do the poll very quickly. And the question is Africa well positioned to meet its own energy needs? First option is yes, but international support needed. Second is yes, we are self-sufficient. And third is no, we don't have the capacity. I don't know what the medium for responding to this is. I presume there's an app of some sort. Oh, Menti, sorry, menti.com, and the code is 7353-3390. If we want to be quite swift with this, oh, there we go. Okay, I think we don't have that many respondents, but the majority is yes, but international support is needed. Thank you very much for participating. Over to you, Ms. Damba. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the next panel session. And the topic for this session is energy in transition, gas supply constraints, infrastructure availability, and the role of tariffs. Quite a packed topic, but I have a distinguished panel with me this afternoon to do justice to the topic. So I'll start by inviting and welcoming our panelists, starting with Mr. Gwite Falade. Please, can you come off the stage, please? Mr. Oge Peters and Mr. Dipomai. Please, a round of applause for them as they come off the stage. So as they take their seats, I think we have a very interesting topic to discuss this afternoon. Energy in transition, a very topical subject, more especially as the COP27 is going on at the moment. But as I said, it's a distinguished panel. I have all the confidence that they will be able to unpack the issues and give you their thoughts and perspectives. But before I give them the opportunity to speak, we have a keynote speaker. So it will be my pleasure to welcome to the podium Mr. Tony Atta, the former Managing Director of Nigeria LNG, to give us his keynote speech before we go into the panel session proper. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much. I must say special thanks to Rolake and the other panelists, because in a way they have done most of the job for me. As long as they don't send me invoice, we should be all fair and square. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be called upon to give this keynote address, hoping that it will stimulate additional thoughts and perhaps provoke the necessary level of conversation consistent with the last panel. I'm sure this panel will do a lot of justice to the subject. Let me start by saying all protocols observed. I believe that has already been established. Energy transition is a very important subject, as you heard, and it's one that I really like to talk about and hope that we can move from talking to action. But energy has always been in transition from very early days, when the predominant sources of energy were mainly manpower. Yes, manpower, not in the context that was discussed before. The pyramids were built basically by manpower. You may check that out. Animal fats, paraffin, peat, coal, and more recently, oil and gas. Energy transition has seen changes from wood to coal, coal to oil, oil to gas or oil and gas, and the emergence of nuclear fission, hydro, solar, and wind sources to enrich the energy mix. However, we seem to have taken the evolution of energy for granted because fossil fuels have remained dominant over the last 120 years plus. But with the advancement of technology and the improvements in science, we now have a greater consciousness on the impact of fossil fuels on our planet through climate change effects. The effect of climate change is driving the acceleration of the ongoing energy transition and fast-changing energy mix from fossils to cleaner sources. But coincidentally, our world is also changing. With the global population set to increase by an additional 2 billion people from 8 billion to 10 billion by 2050, and with urbanization and the overall fortunes of society improving, the world will need more energy to meet the forecasted demand growth of 30% by 2040. While the world surely needs more energy, we are now faced with the trilemma of climate change and the clarion call to save our planet by delivering on the 1.5 degree centigrade challenge through decarbonization. Essentially, the world needs more energy, but no longer at all costs. The world now wants it cleaner, cheaper, and with assurance on the security of supply in a sustainable manner. And that indeed is the trilemma, how you fix that. As a result, energy transition is underpinned by changing energy mix, with technology being by far the greatest disruption we will likely experience in the near future. Today, we see a major shift, especially in the Western world, with the IOCs and major investors coming under immense pressure to decarbonize and fast-track their ambition for net zero operations to reduce CO2 and their emissions in line with global ESG mandates. And I really like the last conversation where it was tested whether Africa has started carbonizing before you even invite us to decarbonize. I take that away. This is actively driving the preferential efforts to move away from non-conventional sources of energy in exchange for cleaner and renewables like wind, solar, hydro, and more recently, hydrogen, if you discount the comments credited to Elon Musk on the role of hydrogen in the future of energy. Decarbonization and the drive for net zero ambition was on an accelerated pace, at least in Europe, before the unfortunate war between Russia and Ukraine, which has now disrupted the energy systems and energy security, impacting both demand and supply at the same time. This war has driven a wedge into the transition program, thus impacting the net zero ambition timelines, but it doesn't take it away. Depending on who you speak to, the transition itself may either accelerate once Europe finds an immediate solution to the challenge posted by the Russian situation. Europe has come to terms with the reality of safety and survival being more crucial existential requirements for humanity as we fast approach the winter seasons in a few weeks. While the world seeks to balance global economies and geopolitical situations against energy systems, we cannot but reference the impact of the situation on Africa. It has already been mentioned that Africa is very rich in natural resources, but it is unfortunately very poor in the availability of energy to the extent that about 50% of Africans, approximately 600 million people, have no direct access to electricity, and most of Africa remains in darkness. It is true that Africa has other problems, including weak infrastructure base, poor access to affordable health care, and insecurity in some places. But by far the biggest opportunity will come from being able to crack the code on the energy poverty, or at least not to make it any worse due to the ongoing energy transition plans of the Western world. Energy security has thus become a very crucial subject for discussion across Africa, and I believe this Energy Institute conference and the ongoing COP27 happening in Egypt should offer a great opportunity to put Africa back on the energy security agenda alongside all other global issues. On balance, I believe that we need to do everything we can to save our planet from the devastating effects of climate change as an existential matter of urgency. But I also know that with the demand growth and the need to solve the energy poverty challenges in Africa, it is obvious that we will need to have a radical change to how we define and develop the African energy systems. It is also not pragmatic nor practicable to expect that the much touted renewables alone can bridge the gap on energy security and energy sufficiency. The next best combination in support of the global energy mix has got to be gas. Gas is acceptable as the transition fuel. With the current realities in Europe, this could potentially be both the transition fuel and, as a matter of fact, a destination fuel in the long run. Gas is about 4 times cleaner than coal and at least twice cleaner than oil. The energy security in Africa continues to be heavily challenged by lack of capacity to organize across the continent, limited access to technology, and the chronic debt for funding to bring about the massive development of the gas reserves, and as well as build the requisite infrastructure base to support the much needed inter and intra-regional connectivity across Africa. Africa represents about 7% of global gas reserves, with about 455 TCF of gas, largely across West Africa, predominantly Nigeria, with about half of that reserve base, Ghana, Senegal, Mauritania, North Africa, Algeria, and Libya, and the new frontiers currently being developed in East and Southern Africa, particularly Mozambique and Tanzania, with Namibian prospects also coming through in the funnel. The African infrastructure gap is estimated between $140 to $180 billion per year. You may want to reflect on where and how we will be able to raise this kind of funding level if we are to stand a chance of catching up with the rest of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to highlight Nigeria as a representative sample of Africa with respect to gas supply constraints. Nigeria has over 200 TCF of proven gas reserves and is currently number 9 in terms of proved reserves and the 6th largest LNG exporter in the world. But unfortunately, despite the huge gas reserve base, we are not any better in terms of the statistics with respect to energy security, with the meager availability of just about 4,000 megawatts of reticulated electricity for over 200 million people, representing one of the lowest per capita in the world. To galvanize our gas development, we will require massive funding to unlock about 10 to 15 BCF of gas per day production and at least an additional gas infrastructure portfolio of central processing facilities and about 10,000 kilometers of pipeline networks, being 5,000 new lines and additional 5,000 kilometers to replace the existing dilapidated ones. With our current production level, our reserve base can last another 50 years, but we should be needing at least $10 to $20 billion per year for the next 10 years to bring about the level and scale of gas development and infrastructure necessary to leapfrog and keep at pace with the rest of the world. The question remains the same around where the funds will come from. If you think about Nigeria's 2023 budget being less than 45 billion, it then poses the challenge where Nigeria will be able to afford $10 to $20 billion consistently for the next 10 years. We will have no choice but to rely on both local and international private capital to make this happen, because obviously government has no capacity to fund this kind of infrastructure. While on the seat, I was sharing with Mr. Austin Olorunshola that 75% of our budget is scheduled for recurrent and debt servicing, and the other 25% which we have to borrow most of it, you can tell that funding remains a major issue. But unfortunately, we are experiencing the gradual shift away from fossil fuel by the Western world, and at the same time experiencing massive reduction in funding offer to worlds outside of their own. Essentially, we rely on the Western world to fund most of our development, and they are changing their minds because the transition is real. Some key financial players like the World Bank, IMF, and a few major pension funds, including some very big sovereign wealth funds, have already put stakes in the ground not to fund anything oil or gas at all. So even countries like the UK, the Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden, even Germany, to mention a few, had taken very strong position in respect of fossil fuels. But the ongoing situation in Europe has handed us yet another opportunity with the renewed acceptability of gas as a credible and necessary partner in this particular transition agenda. So for Nigeria, and indeed Africa, to make headway into solving the energy poverty issues, we will require massive funding, which will largely come from independent and private financiers who will be looking to get reasonable returns for their investments, and hence the subject of tariffing has to be looked at through the lens of the investor. But in the case of Nigeria, the PIA actually has prescribed and set out the base reference philosophy and tariffing methodology, which you can also explore. I believe one of the key questions we must attempt to answer as part of this conference is what will it take to unlock the full potential of Africa in terms of gas supply and the infrastructure gap, but most importantly, on the funding challenge. What must we do differently? And how do we go about leapfrogging to move forward? Ladies and gentlemen, we have the gas. We need to find the funding. We have to adopt new technologies and know-how to build the infrastructure base and institute the right pricing framework for both the gas and the cost of transporting same to the end users. We cannot afford to be left behind as the world transitions. Gas is a suitable partner in this transition. I dare say, let's talk about gas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony Atta, for that very insightful speech. A lot in that speech that we can take time to talk about, but one thing you mentioned which resonated is that you said that gas can be seen both as a transition fuel and a destination fuel. I think that's quite critical. Once again, a round of applause for him for the issues that he touched on. So I'm now going to turn to my panel, but we'll start by introducing ourselves. My name is Okemba. I'm the Managing Director of Ano Gas Processing Company. For those of you that don't know, Ano Gas is an incorporated JV set up by NNPC and Seplat Energy. We are building a 300 million standard cubic feet per day gas plant in Imo State that should be on stream by next year. So that will increase domestic gas supply by some 20-25%. So a very significant investment, and I urge you to look forward to the additional gas. That's a practical and bold step towards the energy transition that we are talking about today. Because you have to contextualize energy transition. In the case of Nigeria, we still have people cooking with firewood and coal. So that plant bringing some LPG takes a step towards transition. And for power generation, we have a lot that's happening with diesel, which Mr. Atta identified that gas is at least twice as cleaner than oil. So that's also another step towards decarbonization. But I'll turn to my panel now. And apart from Mr. Atta, who has been introduced already, I will ask the other three panelists to introduce themselves and give you just a bit of a preview into what they'll be covering at this session. I'll start with Oge.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols are duly observed. It's good to be back out on the conference scene following the Zoom webinars that we've been having over the past few years to continue this all-encompassing discussion about gas. I am the head of commercial, Savannah Energy Nigeria, also director of AccuGas, the midstream subsidiary of Savannah Energy. AccuGas is a midstream distribution, marketing, and gas sales company. We supply gas to about, that facilitates about 20% of the power on the grid. We also supply to industrial customers, etc. So very focused on domestic gas, and been doing so for the last 10 years, and hopefully we'll continue to do so for the next 10 and 20 and even longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Guite.
Hello. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adegbite Falade. I'm the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer for Niger Delta Exploration and Production PLC, which is a group of companies. We pioneered the marginal field concept as you have it today. So we've got an upstream entity that produces gas from our flagship asset somewhere in River State. But we've also forward integrated in the value chain. We've made significant investment in gas processing. We've got an 100 million scf per day gas plant in that same location. And today we deliver gas on the back of long-term offtake agreements to 2 major customers. We are the only third-party gas supplier that had supplied gas for the last 10 years, less 13 days from today, to NLNG. We also supply to domestic off-takers as well. In addition to that, we've also, as part of the energy agenda, invested in downstream modular refineries. We started off first with 1,000 barrels per day, which in the last 2 years we've scaled to 11,000 barrels per day. So that's who we are in terms of operated entity. We are also involved in non-operated ventures as well, where we hold significant interest, and it's important to mention that we are significant shareholders of ND Western, which bought out the 45% interest in OML 34. OML 34 is arguably the biggest supplier of gas into the domestic market today. I'm glad to be part of this panel.
Thank you very much. And last but not the least, Mr. Dikwamai.
Hi. Dikwamai, I'm partner and head oil, gas and power at Anderson. We're a global professional services firm that no longer carries out audits after the Enron scandal, so you can trust us with whatever professional services issues you have. It's a pleasure to be here. Just to say, some years ago, I was teaching ICANN and at the seminar and everything, and someone accused me that why am I always coming to ICANN seminars, to conferences, or to talk about shortcomings in government? Why don't I speak to government? So I started speaking to government, and then during one of the sessions, they say I'm very pro-industry. So I'm going to attempt to be in between government and industry. If there's any case of bias, please stop me, but I'll try my best to be neutral. So it's a pleasure to be here to speak to both sides. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much. So we go into the discussion proper, and we start with Mr. Adegbite Falade. COP27 is going on right now, and a number of countries have set a 2050 target for achieving net zero. We've also heard about the concept of just and orderly transition. So focusing on Nigeria now, with a high level of energy poverty, which has been mentioned earlier, and also a high gas reserve, over 200 TCF of gas. So I'd like you to speak to us about what role you see gas playing in Nigeria's energy transition journey.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I'm wondering how much more I should elaborate on this after listening to what Mr. Atta said. So please allow me to expand a bit more on the key and the fine points that he made. And I think we should start first from getting an appreciation of what sort of potential gas is to us. Today, it's been established over and over again that we have proved reserves of over 203 TCF, which is majorly arising from, which is majorly comprised of associated gas. This is gas that are discovered in the deliberate pursuit of oil. And arguably, our reserves, when you look at the non-associated gas that we have not deliberately focused on exploiting, should take us to above 600 TCF. Even at the 203 TCF, given our current rate of exploitation, we have no less than 100 years of reserves to sustain the current level of production. Even our established oil reserves and current of exploitation just gives us about half of that in terms of timing. So when you look at what 203 hot TCF can do, not just from the revenue generation point of view, and I think that's where we miss the point a whole lot about gas. It's about gas in its ability to kickstart economic renaissance. When you consider that today, of the entire 4-5 gigawatt of power that we're producing today, it's enabled only by about 1 BCF. It speaks to the volume of what the massive gas that we have can do. But the bulk of the gas we produce today, which is in about 8 BCF per day, goes towards exports. What really gets retained domestically is barely about 1.5 BCF. So we're not able to do a lot about it. So if you're looking at how we bridge our huge energy deficit today, which for us is expressed more in terms of electricity, there is no other fuel that gives us that impetus than gas. A study that was carried out sometimes in 2010, and I say 2010, established that the gap to potential as a result of inability to generate the power that we need, as at that time was in the region of about $250 billion. Today, you can imagine what it would be, and that speaks to the lost opportunity of not being able to focus on the development of gas, not just for export, but for our domestic market. And I'm sure we're going to speak to what has been limiting us in that space. The good thing is that the demonization of gas that took place in COP26 has been unwounded. And so gas remains for us a very acceptable transition fuel. There is no debate about that. And as Tony said, not just a transition fuel, it's a destination fuel. I think the conversation we will be having here is how do we then harness that abundant gas reserves for the purpose of economic prosperity for our nation and for the sub-region.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we will continue in that line. I'll go to Oge next. The two speakers before you have rightly identified gas as an important fuel, both in the here and now and also as a long-term energy source for Nigeria. One thing about gas is that you need infrastructure to process it, to move it from one point to the other. And a lot has been said about how much investment that is required to provide that infrastructure. So I'd like you to talk to us about the challenges not having the right level of infrastructure poses to the gas sector. You can take it from the domestic or regional point of view. What are some of the steps that we need to take to address that infrastructure gap? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Okay, I think crude oil has really a 100-year head start on gas. I mean, this is globally. And why do I say that? Is because, of course, the crude oil delivery infrastructure, going all the way from upstream to processing to distribution to pipelines, and then even on the shipping side, is very advanced. It's developed so much so that to the point where, of course, for reserves in the ground, you have reserve-based lending to be able to get out the crude oil because there's direct line of sight to the end customer, the payment, there's 100% liquidity in the chain, there are no challenges, etc. That's the global crude oil market. On the gas side, of course, it's a bit different, specifically if we use Nigeria as an example. On the domestic value chain, all the way from production, processing, into the pipelines to the customer, and then all the way ultimately, if it's grid power, to the end customer. So until we get to a point where there's direct line of sight from gas in the ground all the way to the customers, us in our homes, etc., there will be that challenge on the funding side. So that's something that I think is very significant. And of course, because of inherent in that challenge, I always say the opportunity cost of crude oil is too high. Because of course, for the producers on the panel, if you have $20 million, are you going to drill an oil well or a gas well, right? And the answer almost every single time is to drill an oil well, right? And of course, I think with the PIA and some of the recent policy and regulatory changes that are coming, hopefully that opportunity cost will reduce to the point where everyone, and of course with transition, we will hope that everyone will hopefully get to indifference and then ultimately to the preference of natural gas, non-associated gas wells versus crude oil wells. And that's both for the domestic market and for the export market. So I think of I think it's about, well, for my last check, and this may be outdated now, I think about the 4 BCF a day that we're doing. So 1 is domestic, and 3 is export through NLNG. So that's basically 20% or so to the domestic. If we can look to balance out those numbers, I think it would be great. So one thing key, of course, is financing. That goes without saying. I think what the domestic gas industry needs is long-term, 20-year, single-digit concessionary infrastructure financing, ideally in Naira, so that if you're building for example, 100-kilometer pipeline, which I'm sure I don't know if it's going that long, but if you're building long-distance gas pipelines, it's essentially infrastructure. And the returns over that period, you need long enough so that notwithstanding the bottlenecks in the rest of the value chain, you can hope to build the line, build the market, plug infrastructure gaps, and make return on those investments. And of course, we see because of what is happening with the currency, it's very difficult because most of the time, all this infrastructure is built with dollars, depending on the equipment, the materials, etc. And so when you have that sort of exposure, it's also, well, good to be able to hedge that exposure, because in an environment of devaluation, with short-term debt, it just gets very, very tricky to make some of these projects work. And then, and of course, there are, well, multilateral type incentive guarantees, insurance, etc., which at Akigas we have deployed. But again, those are to encourage investments, which they have done. But of course, going forward, I think the view for those is that those investments will spur more investments to get to the point where there's full liquidity in the chain. So ideally, the market will then become self-sustaining in the medium term. So we'll not have to rely on international interventions to make the domestic market work. So I think I'd stop at that. And the other thing I'd say, because of course 80% of the gas that is used domestically is for grid power. And so if we want to make the chain work, we really need to look across that value chain. So we're talking about power generation, we're talking about transmission, and we're talking about distribution, obviously. So it's a whole long chain. Of course, most of us in the room have a sense of that. The government, of course, is doing an incredible work at the moment. NERC, with their partial activation on the PPAs to guarantee 5,000 megawatts on the grid and to the end customers. And so with those sort of initiatives, I think we'll be able to see some progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think one important point you made is the need for long-term financing to tackle this infrastructure gap in the country. Because typically the payback and returns can only work if you have long-term financing available for a pipeline or other infrastructure projects. I'll come to you, Dikwo. You're closer to being the money man on this panel, and you have promised that you're going to sit somewhere between the industry and the government. So I'd like you to talk to us about the importance of having the right commercial terms in this industry and in this market. We've all identified that gas has a major role to play. We say we need to build infrastructure, and there are challenges around that. But again, without the right fiscal terms, without the right commercial terms, investments will not be made. So talk to us about how important that is. And you can, in that, while you're handling that gas price, tariffs on pipelines, just go through some of the key commercial terms that make this industry to work on an end-to-end basis, and the importance of ensuring that those terms are right.
Yeah, thank you. I think the last session, someone spoke about how government gave up a lot of revenue because the fiscal terms were generous. And what I find is that government has this mindset that people would always be in Nigeria, and forget that the typical company is sitting down in the boardroom and looking at where they're going to get the highest return on their investments. So that is even like for like, oil and gas for oil and gas. You now come to the problem we're having now, where some years ago, the top companies, listed companies, were oil and gas companies. Now, they are companies that are technology-based. So you now have two problems in oil and with gas. If there are other countries with better fiscal terms and better industries. I was telling one of my friends in the indigenous companies that you people are praising yourself about your revenue, but a Nigerian bank has much more money than you. So that's the situation. A bank just has to debit you 500 naira, 1,000 naira for bank maintenance, and the money is rolling in, multiplied by 20 million. You then have the problem with gas and the oil industry. You actually need infrastructure. But every other business making money now doesn't need infrastructure. Uber doesn't have a single vehicle. So you have to have a mindset as government that you have to incentivize this industry, because if I'm looking at returns, gas will not be it, unless there's an incentive to be in gas. Maybe most people that are in oil and gas is because it's all they know. But you are going to have astute investors, mutual funds, that are going to take their money elsewhere. So a situation where you have domestic supply obligations, for instance, in prescribed price, you prescribe the price for that, and that is in Naira, but the obligations are in dollar. You then have a devaluation of the Naira against the dollar, and you need more money, and your revenue is fixed. It's a problem. You then have the PIA that says the authority, the midstream and downstream regulatory authority, would sit down and determine, work out the framework for the prices. But the problem with that is that it may not be responsive. So I find that in government there's, and this is innocent, there's a lack of belief in that demand and supply can regulate itself without intervention. And I used the example, because I was with NNPC last week. I used the example of the face mask. When COVID started, a box of face mask was 30,000 naira, and people were shaking. And one day, people discovered that you can sew an Ankara and reuse the Ankara. And now that face mask is 3,500 with the devaluation of the Naira. So as government, I think we need to believe in demand and supply. I'm not saying we shouldn't intervene, but let demand and supply largely determine pricing and you will see investments in infrastructure, which we would need.
Thank you very much. I like that simple analogy that you made to really drive home the efficiency of the market and the fact that if you really want investments to come into the sector, and as you said, the decisions are made in the boardroom, and it's about looking at the commercial terms. And if we say we have done a lot in terms of providing the best commercial terms, the test is whether those terms have attracted investments or not. Exactly. If they haven't attracted investments to the level that we expect them to be, then we probably have some more work to do. And we've identified that because of energy transition, we don't want to produce this gas over the next 100 years. We want them out of the ground quick and then get that revenue and the industrialization that it drives and then invest into, it could be tech, it could be other new areas in the global economy which has a longer runway to go. I will come to Mr. Tony Atta now, and I would like you, from your very wide and deep industry experience, to try and bring this conversation together. We've identified the critical role that gas can play. We have huge gas reserves, but our daily production, talking of both domestic and exports, is still quite low compared to the resources that we have. I'd like you to touch on some of the issues, some of the challenges that's preventing us from being where we're supposed to be in terms of exploiting this resource that we have. And what can we do? In what ways can we address those challenges? Just from a broad point of view.
Okay, thank you for that. I think the mindset on how we treat gas is shifting, but it needs to shift full cycle for us to be able to get to that point where we are making very profound and radical changes to what we want to achieve. In my career, I had seen Nigeria flare 1 BCF of gas every day. And in that time, we were actually number 2 on the unfortunate ladder of gas flaring nations. So if you were here in the 90s, oil spill, crude theft were not the conversation. They didn't drive the conversation. Gas flaring drove the conversation. But we have made so much improvement with the gathering of associated gas to the extent that today we are number 7 on that ladder. We're still there. But today we're flaring somewhere between 300 million scoff per day, with Russia consistently staying as number 1. But interestingly, the United States, that was somewhere around number 11, has moved to number 2 with the shale gas revolution. So the paradigm has not shifted enough for us as a country, is what I would say. Even though we have made some efforts, we have moved, we've seen the PIA giving some incentives to make gas boom. But if you listen to what Bite said, of the 8 BCF we produce, the focus is on export. But you cannot bring about development by just exporting. You heard about the Botswana model. You have to start to integrate and process in country. Today, for the first time, we delivered 1 million tons of LPG in 2019, back end of 2019. But guess what? 50% of that 1 million was imported. And to date, we are importing LPG despite having this massive scope of reserve that we say. I mean, if the 200 TCF puts us at number 9, we have additional 600 TCF scope for recovery that we know about. We need to accelerate how we prove that and then guarantee that the resource itself is actually available. There are people who today don't believe that even the 200 TCF is real. I have been challenged at a session like this. Someone says, look, 5 years ago, I met you at a session, you said we have 200 TCF, but we are producing consistently. 5 years later, you say, oh, we have another 200 TCF. Is this a renewable? So you will get to those kind of level of thoughts. But the point is that we are not doing enough. And as Bite said, even the 200 TCF we found while looking for oil. We have not deliberately gone out to find gas. For me, that is the beginning of that paradigm change. We need to consciously and deliberately as a country have a framework to explore for gas, focused exploration of gas, knowing that it's transition and potentially a destination fuel. The future of this country will have to be on gas. To the extent that we said somewhere that Nigeria has ridden on the back of oil for more than 50 years, but we now have to position to fly on the wings of gas. And to do that, 200 TCF is not enough. We have to prove that 600 TCF and be very deliberate about creating the environment, the enabling environment for investors to come and not regulate everything. Even if you look at the pricing models that we have today, yes, partially deregulated, but strangulated by the pipeline networks, which are still controlled by government. So we have to completely deregulate, get a free market available, allow willing buyer and willing seller to interact, and unleash the potential of gas, but we have to find more gas. That much I can say for now.
Absolutely, thank you very much. I mean, nicely put, willing buyer, willing seller pricing model brings in the power of the market. And when investors know, because all developments can't work at the same price level. When you set a price, you're basically saying that you disregard the different peculiarities of different reservoirs and location, and you want everybody to produce and sell at the same price. But when it is based on a market pricing model, then you know that if you efficiently develop that field, you can recover the cost with a decent margin. And then all fields become available potentially for investments and development. So before I go back to my panel for their closing thoughts, I'd like to check if we have questions from the audience. Let's quickly take that before we try to round up the conversation. Okay, Moji, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, panelists. Good afternoon, everyone. Mine is actually a comment around your question as to what's affecting gas supply and affecting gas market. I think a big topical issue today is around evacuation. A lot of oil companies, operating in the sector have not been able to evacuate their production. And it's important, we see the link when it comes to AG, because AG is linked to oil production. But even your NAG, when you produce your NAG, there's a bit of condensate that you also produce that needs to be evacuated. And if that is not evacuated, you can't produce your NAG. So if you were to check gas production this year, compared against what companies did last year, you will see a dramatic drop. That also has a ripple effect in terms of cash flows and in terms of funding. So if I've not sold my product this year, how am I supposed to get funding to make the necessary capex investment for the next years to ensure that I maintain production or to ensure that I increase production? So that has a big, big effect on gas supply and the gas markets going forward. So it's important as an industry, and it's also important from the government perspective to make sure that we have a workable solution as to how we're going to evacuate the oil and the gas that we produce. And I think it has to be more than just one layer of just pipeline surveillance. There needs to be a community effort. There also needs to be technology that is deployed. So more like a three-pronged approach to ensure that evacuation happens and that the work is making sure that we're producing and not making sure that we're getting our production to the market. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And really, she touched on a very important part of the conversation, because when you process gas, liquid drops. And if you can't evacuate those liquids, typically condensate, if you can't evacuate them, your gas plant will shut down. And beyond that, if you evacuate them and you lose a good percentage of that, as businessmen, you're going to stop processing. So thank you for bringing that up. The state of pipelines, a lot of us on this side are oil and gas people. I'm sure if we get into that now, someone like Guite will speak for another 20 minutes on the challenges that poses to the industry. But you're absolutely right. if we want the potentials of this industry to be unleashed, all the interconnecting points, in this case, including evacuation of the liquids, we need to make sure that the pipelines are open to evacuate the liquids, and what you put in at the injection point should be what you get out at the point of export. Thank you very much. Just checking if you have one more. I think we can take one more before we round up. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Shegun Adaju, and I was looking forward to this panel, and I would say thanks so much for, the conversations. I'm into renewables, and I also believe strongly that the energy mix, including renewables, is also important for Nigeria. I've been in rural communities where there's no grid, so you know that clearly, even if you have enough gas, and you generate huge quantum of energy, these guys will probably not have this energy access in another 10, 20 years. So the most credible way to just power them is renewables, distributed, okay? But at times we wonder, we have huge reserves of gas. I also believe in gas being the energy transition for Nigeria, even Africa, right? However, we still also believe that the energy mix, including renewables, is also important, right? So I was looking forward to hearing what are the constraints really, and thanks for that. So that mix of having renewables, we still cannot underplay it. I've had a few comments today talking about, for example, solar being expensive. I think we have gone past solar being expensive. Solar is affordable today, depending on the business model you adopt. So the energy mix of, say, 30% renewables for Nigeria, maybe up to 2060, I think is still a good plan, right? But many of us in renewables will be happy to see gas power us 100%. Then some of us will be out of business, maybe join you in the gas market. But the constraints in gas is a bit huge now, and we cannot wait for those communities, half of Nigeria that is not connected to national grid, to wait for gas to power us. So renewables is still pretty very relevant in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment and question. I will give opportunity for one member of the panel to maybe give some quick response. But there was something said in the last session, and I think the point is we welcome all sources of energy at this point. As you already said, Nigeria faces a very high level of energy poverty. So the point here is not gas and nothing else. No. The point here, as the previous keynote speaker put it, is do not throw away what you have, but add more to it. So renewables have a role to play, but gas can be that reliable base load that gives you reliable energy. Then you can pair that up with renewable sources of energy. Does anyone want to add to that point before we round up? Okay, please.
So, I think in terms of self-generation in Nigeria, we are at, I think it's about 20 gigawatts or so. So this is generators, diesel, petrol, small scale, residential. So that side of the market, if you look at the pricing, you'd say maybe 100 naira per kilowatt hour, whatever it is. Of course, now renewables, just in terms of generation, has become essentially competitive. But of course, because renewables is intermittent, well, solar is intermittent, you have to balance that out in the night time when there's no solar. So if you combine it with storage, whilst the pricing is still coming down, I guess it hasn't reached that sort of mass adoption threshold. So of course, there are quite a few companies now who are combining gas with solar, for example, to try and bridge that gap. So of course, infrastructure challenges are there. And so whether it's compressed natural gas that you can truck or micro LNG, which you also can truck, the locations that are great for solar, far up north, etc., there's no gas there. So if you are transporting micro LNG to complement some of the solar that is either going onto the grid or it's in the captive, local community type areas, or even if it's solar home systems. So bridging those infrastructure gaps or leapfrogging infrastructure gaps with vehicles, so trucks for the gas, etc., also will help us to accelerate this big. I mean, it's huge because the grid is, as we said, is 4 to 5 gigawatts, but Nigeria is using 2025. So the scope is huge for growth.
Thank you. Thanks for those additional thoughts. So I would like us to round it up now, and I'll request for closing remarks from my eminent panel, starting with Mr. Tony Atta.
Thank you. I think we said we should develop Africa-centric frameworks to be able to make the difference. But in my short keynote, I did mention that one of the key challenges is the lack of capacity to organize across Africa, which is why the video by Mr. Jeffrey Sachs that went viral sometime last week, challenging the G20 to actually create a table, a seat at the table to make it G21 and allow African Union to be represented in that committee so that Africa's own agenda, both from an energy and economic or social grounds, should be on the table. For me, that's very crucial. I'd like to quote Mandela, perhaps not verbatim, and he said, if Africa is going to succeed, Nigeria has to succeed. And you can see that 50% of the reserve base of Africa is in Nigeria. But yet, just to mention one of the key issues, we're importing LPG. We actually have absolutely no business importing anything that we already have. But I see opportunities growing in terms of integration. Today we have the West African gas pipeline, which is taking gas from Nigeria through Benin, Togo, and Ghana. And then if you follow the trend, the MOU has been signed for the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline, which is a 6,000 kilometer line, 25 billion, but then it's set to be ready in 20 to 25 years' time. You have the Trans-Sahara gas pipeline. That started discussion. The discussion on that was from about 1972. To date, it's still being discussed. You have the Maghreb European gas line between Algeria and Morocco transiting to Spain, which politically has been shut down because of the discussion, the challenge between Algeria and Morocco. But you can see from the two projects that have potential to integrate Nigerian resources to Africa, one is driven by Algeria, one driven by Morocco, and the one between Algeria and Morocco that should close the triangle has been shut down. So that political base has to be refined if Africa is to unite. And I would say, Africanize, Africa, let's unite against energy poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dipo, your quick closing remarks.
Okay. Quick one, just to say that what I found is that what is worse than a good or a bad fiscal or pricing regime is a lack of certainty. Every businessman wants to work with certainty, and a system where you prescribe prices or tariffs leads generally to a lack of certainty. So let's have a framework that allows the forces of demand and supply, the market forces, to determine prices, with government focused on ensuring that no one is a monopoly or no one is rigging the market to its favor. And also to realize that they are competing industries for these scarce funds. So the time is now. This would have been a good year to make money on gas with the Ukraine-Russia war, but we were not ready. So now is the time to have everything in place for the next time around where we can maximize our returns. So government needs to act fast.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Richard, please.
Okay, thank you. Let me, two comments I'm going to make. The first one is that emergence of the renewables is not a threat to our exploitation of gas, because power is not the sole value deployment for gas. If you consider how much of GDP contribution agriculture makes and how gas is a major component for your ammonia and your fertilizers. So even the incursion of renewables does not limit the value of gas, so we should stay focused on that. But today, to the extent that the bulk of the gas we produce is devoted to power domestically, I think we need to also take a step back and look at the economic architecture for gas development. And it has to be taken within the ecosystem of the gas to power space. The biggest dampener on incentivizing gas investment today remains the fixation of the price. And depending on who you're speaking with, there are some good reasons for the fixation of the price. The people who are fixing price believe that they need to cap it at a level that makes the ensuing power tariff to be affordable. We need to reevaluate that, because each time we keep stifling the power tariff as a means to checkmate what gas price says, we are stifling investment appetite into that space. And so the solution may not just be in terms of what we do in the gas space, it's also looking across the shoulder and looking at the biggest consumer of gas today, and government realizing that it's high time we allow our power tariffs to be cost reflective so that it can pay the man who is exploiting and exploring for gas and make that whole chain to work for us. That's one area that I also think, as part of the conversation, we need to focus on. And this whole bit where, and I'm not sure the extent to which it has been fixed under the PIA, where a government institution is the sole builder of the critical gas infrastructure, needs to be reviewed. Today, practically the limited gas infrastructure that we have today for bulk evacuation is owned, built, and developed by NGC. I don't know the balance sheet of NGC, but it's nowhere near what is needed to bridge the infrastructure gap we have today. And so we need to review that space where it seems an exclusive preserve of a government institution that is lacking in the balance sheet to build it out, and allow some of these things to be built out on willing buyer, willing seller, private club-led arrangements that can help us accelerate the build out of the infrastructure that then helps us with our gas development.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And finally, Oge, a quick take.
So 3 things, price, liquidity, and security. I think, as everyone has said, we need to catch up. There's a big infrastructure gap. I think the earlier panel, someone mentioned $20–25 billion of investment required. Again, not necessarily gas specific. So in order to be able to catch up, the, in quotes, price must incentivize a lot of investment to be able to catch up and bridge those gaps. The liquidity is the liquidity through the value chain, both in terms of energy, the molecules, as well as the payments, right? Because you can build infrastructure if the throughput is not high enough, the chain still breaks down. And then security from the government perspective, because of course, gas, energy, GDP multiplier. The more energy you have, the more your GDP grows, the more wealth you have for the nation. So government needs to stand behind those who are, of course, investing in this infrastructure, because infrastructure is really a large part a government play. But if the private sector is coming into infrastructure, then government needs to provide all the support required in terms of guarantees, etc. So that's what I would say.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to thank this eminent panel for their insightful contributions today, and to you, the audience, for your attention and for engaging with us with those questions and comments. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panel, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Okechukwu, for moderating that panel. If you just kindly stand for a photo. We're going to go for a lunch break now, and we will be given 45 minutes for lunch, so we would like everyone to be back here at 3:45. I believe lunch is taking place just behind these curtains. And then we'll resume the afternoon session, which hopefully should go by really fast. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? No? No? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. Hello, hello. Hello, welcome. I'm speaking, but speaking. Good now? Okay, with the mic, okay. No, no, I'll fail. My check, 1, 2. Yeah, yeah, video is fine. Is it clear? Yeah, beautiful. Yes, yes. Okay, then. All right. Okay, so speak soon. Thank you. All right, then. Thanks, all right. All right, lovely. Yeah. Bye. Yeah.
I want people to come back in. Hello, everyone. Please, we're making our way back into the conference room. We're making our way back. We're losing our crowd. We're losing our crowd little by little. Oh, really? Yeah, everyone's leaving.
Have to continue that conversation. Are you going to be at the Deputy British High Commission yesterday morning?
Yes.
Okay, that may be a good
It's been hosted in his honor.
yeah, of course.
Hi, everyone. The session is happening now. Can we make our way into the conference area? Thank you. It's the second to the last session of the day, so please can we all make our way into the conference room? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If I may ask those still in the lunchroom to please make their way back to the main hall, and those outside to also please make their way back to the main hall. As we understand, our online participants are eagerly waiting. Can I just check from the tech team if we have any online panelists for this session? Yes, we do. Okay, great. I would presume, is that Dr. Jibril Adeojo? Okay. All right, thank you all for coming in and settling down. I hope you all had a good lunch, sponsored by Deep Blue Energy, and we had quite an eventful morning with the discussions on energy security and Africa's sustainable energy future. This afternoon, we're going to be looking at what the drivers of price volatility in the markets are and what we can do about it. And then later on, we'll be having a very brief fireside chat straight from COP27, virtually speaking to Ife Malo, the co-founder of Clean Technology Hub. But in the meantime, it gives me great pleasure to invite the country manager for Technique FMC, Mr. Tayo Akiwumi, who will be moderating the panel. Please, a very rapturous, because we're not that many, warm round of applause for Mr. Tayo Akiwumi, and he'll be introducing the panelists for the next session. Thank you. Can we cheer him on as he comes on stage? Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I think I have one of the easiest job of this conference. My job is very simple: to keep everyone awake right after lunch. So that should be fun, a lot of fun. Can we do this? I don't know if it's if you don't mind, if folks can just move up and fill the space in front. I've been asked to do that. Is that okay? All right, good. I'm going to go ahead and call up on stage and online the panelists for this session, and then we get started. First, I want to call Mr. Akim Adedeji. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Hydrocarbon Advisors. Akim, could you please come up? A round of applause, please. Next is Yetunde Odejobi, General Manager for Operations at the Gas Aggregation Company Limited. And the third panelist is going to be joining us online, Dr. Jibril Adeojo, that is Chief Operating Officer of One What? All right, thank you very much. Good. All right, so I think I'm going to start with a nugget from Professor Iledare when he said, "Energy is life." And I think that's actually captures the essence of what this conference is about, and the fact that nobody wants their life to be volatile. It does cover the topic that we're going to be going over. Technical folks, can you please just confirm and show Dr. Adeojo just to be sure? Okay, very good. All right. Okay. All right, so kind of looking back into energy price in the past 10 years, I mean, you can plot that chart and you see huge swing, right? Between the negative and the positive, sometimes in between 40 and 50%. As a matter of fact, in the last 3 years, I think energy, and I'm talking energy as a full spectrum now, has gone up somewhere around 40, 43%. And this, of course, is having a negative impact on not just our way of life, quite frankly, but also in the economic growth and the growth trajectory of countries like ours and quite frankly, the continent of Africa. So this panel is going to try and discuss this issue. And just to be clear, I don't know if Mr. Adeju is still here. We are looking at energy in a holistic manner, so this is not just oil and gas. And you can tell that from the composition of the panel. So we'll be looking at the factors that contribute to the volatility of energy pricing. And we'll also try to take a deep dive from the global perspective as much as possible to the peculiarity of Africa and maybe peculiarity of Nigeria. And we'll try and see and discuss what we need to do to prevent or at least to dampen that oscillation that is maybe sure to come. I'm going to start with Akeem just to now get a perspective from the capital financing side of the infrastructural requirements of energy, and just to get an idea from that point of view what he sees as a reason for the high volatility that we have in pricing, in energy pricing in the past couple of years.
Okay. Hi, Tayo. Okay, I think there's this age-old thing about what are the reasons for oil price fluctuations. There are so many reasons, and everybody has their own, sort of perspective. Some of which are right, even though they are contrasting. But to my mind, I don't think this crisis started today, in the last 1 or 2 years. I think it started maybe around 2014. If you remember when oil prices started tanking, the market was in turmoil, and the entire world started getting jittery about the environmental concerns. If you remember what happened then, a lot of producers were forced to cut their exploration activities, okay, right from that period. A lot of these activities have been cut to the point where we really don't have that much exploration, or rather before Russia, we didn't have much exploration. Everybody was writing off fossil fuels and all that. Britain was writing off fossil fuels as well as other countries, America, blah, 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 blah. So you have that crisis. And that literally reduced the capacity in the oil industry. The hundreds of billions of dollars that had been spent on, oil budgets, sort of, it was just focused on producing, developing and producing what had already been discovered. You have that. Then prices went down, and then you had this COVID problem, which started, and that literally, froze things. Okay, coming out of COVID, we now had this huge demand in, activities and all that. But the oil that had been shut in for so many years, or the activities that had been shut in for so many years, couldn't literally cope with the demand that we were seeing. And then you had Russia come onto the scene. Russia literally, sort of drove everything to the point where we are now. Right. But then before that, as soon as COVID, sort of started, and as it grew and as it dovetailed, you already had prices moving in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and all that. We're where we are today, and the environmental concerns are still there. But then, guess what has happened? A lot of the countries which wrote off fossils are now going back. Britain is now going back there. And when you listen to some of these guys, I listened to the guy who heads the national grid in the UK the other day, and some of his backup is actually gas. No, it's actually coal. Okay? So somehow fossils are back. Somehow Russia has created the uncertainty, and the whole world is now seeing not just that there could be shortages of supply, but then can you really write off, fossil? If you look at the latest OPEC reports, which have just gleaned, OPEC is projecting that even by 2045, the energy mix would still be 30% fossils. Okay? And, with all of those coming into being, a lot of crisis has happened, and it's affected the price of oil and the supply of oil. But let me just cap this. Let me just finish this by saying, when you take out fossils, when you take out all of the sort of things, when you make it a bad name, finance takes fright. I mean, finance, gets frightened and takes flight. A lot of the finance that was available before is very difficult to get back in a flash today. So it looks like we're going to suffer this. It looks like the whole world is reviewing whether fossils are still going to be relevant in our lives, whether the technologies to develop the new fuels, the new battery life, and everything is going to be, is going to be able to match up. Those are my views.
Very good, thank you. That's quite insightful. And I don't want. Today I'm going to come to you because I know there's some nuanced differences in gas economics versus oil economics. So I wanted to pose the same question to you and get it from a gas perspective. What do you see as the causes for the volatility where we find ourselves?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining. Thank you for staying back after lunch. That's a great sacrifice. And Mr. Moderator, thank you for your question. So to respond in terms of volatility of gas prices, I'll lean towards what my colleague said. Yes, there was COVID. There was an unprecedented demand. People who lost their jobs started, picking up. Folks began to have more money in their hands. Economies too started, rebounding. People now had more access to clean energy, and all of a sudden, in Q1 this year, everyone is aware, the attack by Russia. So that disrupted, the few and eroded the few gains that we had recorded in 2021 into 2022. In my view, energy transition also has a role to play in price volatility. It's a bit controversial, but that's my view. So it ties with what Mr. Adedeji also said. Funding is shrinking. Donor organizations are not so keen to finance fossil-based projects. I'll come back to Nigeria. Foreign investment is almost out of the window. Yep. So we're struggling with that. Of course, all that comes into play in the demand-supply mix. Back to Nigeria again. Fortunately or unfortunately, the domestic gas market is regulated. And in my view, that's sort of an advantage for Nigeria. So the prices are currently fixed by the federal government. When the policy was passed, I think there was a timeline, and the government had envisaged that by XYZ number of years, the market should be fully mature, and then, the natural process of demand and supply should take place. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. And in my view, the stability that we're enjoying in the domestic market is an opportunity for investors to come in and play in that space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much. And there's quite a few things I want to go back to down the road. I mean, about the domestic market and how we can leverage our own gas. And this is the second time, or maybe the third time, the issue of policies and regulation comes up. So I'll be coming back to you on that one. Dr. Adeojo, there is a reference to energy mix and there's a reference to energy transition. So I'm going to come to you. In your opinion, you know, what has the role of renewable energy been in be that positive or negative with respect to energy pricing, volatility or stability?
Thank you so much, Tayo, for that question. And it's really an honor to be part of this amazing panel. And it's good to be back on this conference as well. Regarding the role of renewable energy to help with consumers adjusting to the price increase globally. The one thing I must say is that particularly when it comes to solar energy, that is the easiest and the quickest technology that can be deployed by a consumer, be it a company or household. So therefore, with that ability to deploy seamlessly solar panels and battery park, you know, in your home or your businesses, that enables you to reduce your consumption on, you know, the fossil fuel that we know, petrol and diesel. And then as a result, that will also reduce the cost on energy consumption. But on a larger scale, the other thing that we do personally at One World Solar is that we deploy power to clusters of customers, residential estates, you know, big shopping malls, and hospitals, universities. Now, the thing again about that is that, yes, we're providing 24-hour power to people, to companies, but there are times where we have excess power that the estate, for example, are not able to use because they've gone to their various place of work. So in that case, what we've also done, you know, preparing for the future, is to implement what we call smart meters. So there are smart meters, meaning that there are bi-directional meters that has the capability to export excess power to the grid. But because our grid infrastructure is not yet smart compared to what we have in developed countries, whereby the feeder transformer is able to take such standalone installation energy system, you know, from such host. So by doing that, what that does is that also reduces the pressure on the central power generators and distributing companies. And that's also what we have abroad. And that is also where we also tend now to have what we call the net metering. You know, with that net metering, I can also further reduce my cost on energy because I'm also exporting energy to the grid. So that is what I believe Nigeria too needs to start to do very quickly. I know that NERC is having some interesting discussions with some field discos to see how they can pilot the embedded generation scheme, you know, whereby a feeder transformer can be deployed to every captive power site, and the excess power can be injected to the grid so as to provide affordable power to people. You know, so that is really what renewable energy can contribute to the energy mix. You know, very easy to deploy. You know, I have an issue with the cost of the asset itself, which I'm sure we'll get to later on when we start talking about the finance. Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. I find the smart meter discussion a little bit interesting. Maybe we'll get a chance to come back again to that. But I wanted to just get your take on this. I mean, there's maybe two questions in one. Some people said we're a little bit too aggressive in our, Dr. Adeojo, I'm still with you, just to be clear. So people think we're too aggressive in our energy transition plans globally. What is your take on that? And that is one. And the second part of it is, which technology in the renewable space do you see becoming more prevalent based on either technology or the promise of technology, globally speaking, and then you can talk about Nigeria as well.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, our energy transition plan is not ambitious or aggressive in any sense of it. Okay, that's the first thing I must say. The other thing that is very important is the lack of understanding by whoever or the agencies and individuals that are negotiating, for our country, in this climate change conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, in developed countries, whenever a household, anybody, a small business, a large business, or household, installs solar, buys and installs solar in their homes or businesses, the government subsidizes for installation. And that is even the incentive, the reason why such individual and businesses actually go for solar. It's not because they care about the climate per se. Okay. And how do the government subsidize? They subsidize it up to the tune of between 50 and 70%. They give out carbon credit, solar credit, tax credit, and net metering. Now, in Nigeria, a country within a continent where the continent as a whole contributes less than 3% of the carbon emission, okay? And we are still the one that is paying the highest when it comes to acquiring and installing and deploying solar panels or renewable energy in our homes and businesses. So the point here is this: for us to be really aggressive on the energy transition plan, it must also place a very ambitious demand on the economies that are really polluting this environment that is affecting Africa. That is really very, very important. What kind of subsidies can manufacturers of this country in the countries where they're polluting the environment can give to us, those of us that are investing heavily in renewable energy, precisely solar and batteries? But we still have to look for dollars that we do not have and then pay $1 for $1. And a bigger company in America or in Europe is paying 50 cents or 30 cents for the same solar panels. That is grossly inequity and imbalance. And that needs to be really discussed very, very strongly at a very high level internationally. Now, the other thing for me is, and in terms of aggression, this Ukraine and Russia war also gives Nigeria the opportunity to be ambitious about our gas plan for Nigeria and for the rest of the world. We always say Nigeria is a gas reserve, but we just say it. Let's put our money where the mouth is. Foreign investors will bring money in because a lot of European countries are now looking for liquefied natural gas because they need to be independent of Russia. So how are we building our infrastructures locally to build this kind of, we can start to export LNG to all these European countries? The market is here. We just have to bring in the capital to be able to make that happen. People will buy it, and it's a dollar transaction. So I believe we need to really wake up to that. So that is the kind of demand I would like to see in the energy transition plan. It's not ambitious in any manner. The other thing again is which one is priority. For me, I don't have preference per se. Climate change is real, but we have to tell ourselves, if Nigeria or Africa reducing the use of fossil fuel or gas or whatever it is, what is the impact it will have on the effect of climate change? The big answer is zero. Okay, I also work closely in climate finance. The big answer is zero. So we need to prioritize what matters to Africa and to Nigeria. What matters is energy security. While it is also very important that we inject solar and renewables, that we actively do, but as an investor, as an operator that have lost money and also making money, we know where the pain points are. And the pain point is this: there's gross imbalance in the global politics of how money is distributed. And that can only be equalized if our government negotiators bring to the table private sector like ourselves that are investing capital to tell them where to place demand on so that business can flourish for those of us with renewable energy and even in gas. That's the kind of coordination and seriousness. My final point is this: last month, the US Congress summoned a couple of CEOs of banks, JP Morgan Chase, all of them bank. And the MD, the president of JP Morgan Chase, said one thing, Jamie Dimon. He said, the day America ceases from fossil fuel and coal, the entire economy will go under. That is to show you how important, how much the government values the opinion of the drivers of the economy. That is not the same thing that is happening in Nigeria, and that needs to be looked at very, very seriously for us to really sustain capital. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Adiojo. So, just I don't know how much of the previous sessions you've listened to, but what you just said pretty much echoes what everybody has said, in that renewable is part of a mix, but that is not to say fossil fuel is bad, right? Globally speaking, and particularly in Nigeria or Africa, as it is, it's that the narratives of the COP26 is no longer sustainable. I mean, okay, so you brought out a point, and I'm going to go to you here today now about the role of gas, right? I'm going to, first of all, I want to put you on the spot. Just talk about what you see, and many people have talked about this, but what is your opinion about the role of gas in the energy mix of the near term, or if you want to talk about the long term as well. But more importantly, I would like you to pivot into the energy transition plan, right? And what your understanding of that, and maybe just to educate the rest of us on what that is, and specifically around domesticated gas.
Okay, thank you again. So just to drop a few points, coming from COP26 of 2021, we're all aware the federal government of Nigeria committed to net zero by year 2060. So already there were some murmurings around that. Some other countries or organizations are saying 2050, and they're wondering why is Nigeria stretching it to 2060. That's just food for thought. Still coming from COP26 too, Nigeria committed to reduce its methane emissions by 30% by 2030. In my view, that's laudable. It's a step in the right direction. To also add that in February this year, the Federal Executive Council of Nigeria approved the Energy Transition Plan of Nigeria. And on record too, Nigeria is the only country in Africa with an energy transition plan. Hopefully other countries will document theirs. I know they are doing something, but I haven't seen anything documented, approved, or even made available to the public. So in terms of energy mix, in my view, short term in Nigeria, which is the next 3 to 5 years, I still see fossils as dominating the energy mix. Yes, the world is screaming energy transition, but I don't know how easy it is to deviate from fossils. So perhaps I'll ask the experts in the room, is it that easy to kill the wealth? All the investments we made in drilling and exploration and secondary recovery, do you just pack it up and walk away? So largely the mix in the short term will be dominated by fossils. So you have your petroleum products, you still have natural gas, a little bit of coal, perhaps not too much. Even in the short term, I see renewables playing a role there too. So hydro, we already have solar. I heard a couple of folks speaking about it, so we might need to focus on that a little bit. In the medium term, of course, another 5 to 7 years, I see natural gas being the leader in that pack, in that mix. So it's natural gas, still petroleum products, more renewables, solar, hydro, coal, biomass. But of course, natural gas will be very predominant. And in the long term, 10 to 15 years, 2030, still natural gas, followed by renewables. Hopefully, let's see how it goes. Nigeria should also play in the space of hydrogen and more renewable. That's my view.
Thank you very much, Yetunde. So Akima, I'm going to come to you now. So there's a talk about a 2060 net zero target for the country, which has been set. The key word being net, obviously, but in getting to that spot and actually in being able to industrialize this country and maybe the continent, as a matter of fact, we need gas. Tony Atta was here a couple of hours back, and he had mentioned in his projection that the country needs between 10 to 20 billion annual investment in infrastructure to be able
Billion.
to... Billion.
Okay.
Billion.
Every
year.
Okay.
Infrastructural spend, 10 to 20, to be able to take advantage of the gas that we have. And maybe the fossil fuel we have, but I believe it was referencing gas. But whatever that number is, what is your take on that based on your experience, where we are today? Do you see that happening, and what are the obstacles to that?
I think so if we need 10, 20 billion dollars a year to invest, I would even say we need more. Anyway, I think all of this lies in a few things. First of all, we have to get this thing called regulation into our heads. And regulation is not about us boasting that we're Nigerians, we're the largest population in Africa, and we can do and we can undo. If we look back at the record of industrialization, okay, we've performed woefully. And it's not going to come back because we say that this is what we need to spend or this is what we need to do. We're going to have proper regulations where people and industrialists are able to put their investment in, get their returns, and if they feel any form of mago-mago or foul play, they should be able to go to court and, enforce their rights. We're not doing that very well today. That's number one. Number two, there is a problem that we have, which is called execution. We don't execute well. We like to go out there and launch programs and talk about things. But when it comes 3-4 years down the line, when the first set of products should have come out, we still aren't there, okay? And that has happened in every aspect of our lives, including, especially in the oil industry, okay? A lot of the projects that we were writing about when I was an analyst in the 90s, we still haven't actualized them now. And I'm talking about the oil industry. So merely saying these things is not good enough. Nigeria is going to have to learn to execute, okay? Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere. So if you ask me what I think that those are laudable goals, but then the essential factors to actualize them don't exist today, okay? Now, we've now formulated the PIA, okay? And I can tell you, in my firm, we're trying to raise some money for some people, okay? And for the first time in perhaps about 5-6 years, we've actually been able to model this properly based on those laws. We didn't have that luxury in the past, okay? That means that regulatory certainty needs to be our watchword, okay? We can't just, just before we came in, recall that I was asking Dr. Adeojo that within the renewable space, how much regulation has government actually sort of brought in? I think he laughed, okay? Now, our renewables game isn't going to be played just by talking about renewables, okay? So, those are the things that I think, and unless we tackle those, I don't know that we're going to go anywhere. Yeah? I'm not sure if I answered your question, but please.
It does, but I'll still come back. But I'm going to, since you mentioned the regulation, well, the positive impact of PIA on being able to structure deals, or at least get a level of investor confidence, I think that's a good thing. I want to quickly go back to Dr. Adeojo. From where you stay, how is regulation or lack of regulation affecting either the optimization or market penetration or whatever it is of the renewable technology and offerings?
Thank you. There are no specific regulations or laws or policies favoring solar or hydro, and let me just emphasize on this. People in the audience might say, what am I talking about? So there are some laws that have been set by NERC to help with the mini grid. You know, the laws that NERC sets is not really for any renewable energy or any energy mix. It's really to have a market formation for us to have efficiency in the energy market. So for me, I must say, because of where we play, I believe that the regulatory landscape for me is not bad for us to really make money, whether you're into gas or renewables, because in the same NERC regulation, you know, there's opportunity for captive power where you can get a willing buyer, willing seller. There's opportunity for mini grid to provide power to underserved or unserved communities. You know, there's a regulation when the discos come over, whereby they can compensate you. You know, there are also regulations whereby we want to start to implement the embedded system. There are also regulations when it comes to we want to trade energy. You know, so I think all those things are there. It's just for a lot of us that are players don't know. Some of us just focus on the GENCO or high PP side. There are other roles within the value chain or supply chain that NERC has actually made provision for, and it's left to us to now say we want to apply for that license and then serve the market. The other aspect that I would like to talk about more is more of the government involvement in the supply chain. And I'm talking about the TCN, right? I did some, work with some NERC guys, and I realized that even discos are still struggling to provide power to an area where TCN has not upgraded the facility. That can only happen when the discos are also, or where a private sector investor is in charge of investing in TCN infrastructure, because government still needs to run budgets and all that. So I think government really needs to move out of the business of energy when it comes to the infrastructure itself, and then they play more from the standpoint of regulation, which I think is in place, I must say. Okay, but the other thing for me, and again, people might also say in the audience that, but government is giving import duty on battery and solar. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we are just wasting money as a country, because that is not what we need. I'm telling you, what we need is for developed countries to give us the subsidy from source, because it is not our fault. I'm telling you, because in developed countries, they pay import duties. They pay. So that is one thing that we must be clear about, okay? And most of this import duty, let me tell you, is a lot of these NGOs, foreign companies, and the Western world that come to Nigeria and try to preach that to our ecosystem, to demand for the Ministry of Finance to apply import. It is not the right thing to do. I'm serious. We have to take this thing as business. So that is just what I would like to say from the regulatory standpoint. It's well structured. I think in Africa, we have one of the best structure, but government should just hands off the TCN and let the private sector risk capital and make money. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to come back to that private sector part of it, because we need to kind of pivot into the investment side of that equation. But I want to go to Yetunde about, again, gas, because I don't know that we can say enough about gas, because that's what everybody's talking about, and it makes sense that it's important that we develop that. And I know you're going to give me flack for this, but we've had really fancy initiatives over the time. We've had the gas master plan in 2008. We had the gas revolution in 2012, and now the decade of gas. I see you smiling. What is different, and what needs to be different for this to be bankable?
So, thank you again. So this is different. I'll pick it up from the PIE. So that took 2 decades to finally get that pushed out, approved, and implemented. So prior to now, we had laudable initiatives from the federal government, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, but in my view, there were not enough resources, perhaps, to push that through. And this time around, with the commitment of the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, I see that there's a drive this time around to make sure that gas takes its rightful place. And it's on that basis that the Decade of Gas program, is being pushed forward. The National Gas Expansion Program too is towing that same line. The ministry is pushing the auto gas program. I know there's a commitment even from NNPC to start converting the vehicles in their own fleet to either be dual fuel or to be powered by gas. In my view, that's a step in the right direction. That's some sort of commitment. Yes, more could be done. And I think the ball is in our own courts now that the policies have been pushed out. The stakeholders like you and I and everyone else in this room needs to grab it and run.
Oh, wow. Yesterday is a believer. All right, so just the last pass of questions. Dr. Adeojo, can you just from the financing side of things, can you tell us of any innovation or any changes or anything that we should be looking forward to?
Yeah, for us at Norwest Solar, where we raise capital through commercial banks, we issue green bonds, green sukuk in the local capital market. But the other thing that we do is to enable ability for us to recycle and reuse capital and funds. So yes, it's good to use bank funding to start your project, but the banks are not patient, to see it through the 5-10 year journey. So capital market, a green bond is very good to refinance. And why am I saying Naira? Because what we earn is in Naira. As a company, we have said no to a couple of foreign currency investors because we cannot submit our customers, our power contract to FX fluctuation. But one thing I must say again, and I must give kudos to some of innovative foreign investors, whereby they're now engaging in what we call a back-to-back funding. So back-to-back funding is a case where the foreign investor partners with a local bank in Nigeria, gives the dollar funding to the local bank to sterilize somewhere offshore, and then the local bank can then lend Naira equivalent to us or to the developers in Nigeria to do the business. And that's where the developers only have to pay the Naira back to the bank, and they are not exposing your Naira revenue to foreign currency. And in that kind of innovation is very good. And it's also very good that the banks, commercial banks in the market are also open to such engagement in their way to support the energy sector, renewable energy sector as well. It's a very laudable intervention. So and that is what I see. And we have a lot of players in the market. We have the likes of InfraCredit, that can guarantee a very performing portfolio, on the back of the guarantee for 5, 10 years, 20 years. It's a very good one, and they've been able to build investment confidence in the market from PFAs, insurance companies, So, and the banks actually know what they have to do. The banks are doing what they've done a very good job. I must tell you, they've done a very good job because it's not easy in this current economic climate to invest in businesses, particularly in energy business. So, but they know what to do. They come in to take that execution and construction risk. And once the performance is there, it's now for us to refinance that portfolio with a bond structure. And the other thing for me that is lacking, again, I don't know what we can do about it as an ecosystem, is the absence of equity in the transaction. We have more currency debt, very, 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 very few, if at all, equity investment. Even a few equity investment in the market are being structured like commercial debts. So you wonder what the value is going to be. So that is what we see. We hope that the market tries to do. Let's have an equity infrastructure fund that is truly equity, that also wants to partner with the project and not stifle the project, because we have a lot of bad funding, in the market. So yeah, that's what I would say. And finally for me, for us to be able to attract foreign investors at the very rapid scale that we need, massive scale, we must be able to demonstrate to the foreign investors that we are able to locally use our own money effectively and diligently for us to attract foreign investors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really need to raise some really good points, and I need to go actually personally sit down and look at the back-to-back funding scheme and see if it's something that can be scaled maybe outside. I don't know if I came as a feedback on that, but so as we yesterday ended, well, last question ended in a very positive note, and Dr. Adeojo did the same, so I came over to you. What do we need to do? What do we go from here? What's needed?
What's needed?
Yes.
Okay. In financing?
Yes.
I think financing. I think finance is in a state of quiet, sort of, chaos right now. Yeah. If you remember, about 2012, that Shell first came out with its first, well, apart from the settlers, the first set of, sort of mass, whatever. A lot of, okay, so finance is made up of equity and debt. A lot of the, sorry? Oh, okay. So a lot of the equity is from abroad. Okay, you have these were new territories to put oil and gas money into areas that had been dominated by the IOCs in the past at that period. A few people who came in who did those investments, I'm not sure to what extent they have benefited. However, the banks who are the providers of capital, okay, who are the providers of debt capital, and who also provided a disproportionate amount of the capital mix, okay, have not really made their money back. A lot of them have had to write off their loans, and I'm talking about loans that were given, 10, 12 years ago. Now, then Shell started coming out with those sort of those investment opportunities. And as we faltered on the PIB, okay, those equity investors dried up, okay? The equity investors that were already in were having difficult conversations with the Nigerians that they put their money, in the care of. And so capital became a much more disproportionate, debt became a much more disproportionate part of the capital mix. A lot of those guys haven't really got their money back. A lot of the banks are still out. These were 5-year loans, even though 5 years were too short, but these were 5-year loans that have not had even half of their money, half of their principal paid back after 10 years. So it looks like it's been managed, okay? A lot of the banks are not really, I'm not sure how much they have come out with to write off those loans in order to bring in fresh capital. So what we find these days, okay, is that not many banks are participating in oil and gas anymore. Okay, and in any case, they had reached their industry limit anyway per CBN rules. So new investments, who's going to finance the industry? You have Afrexim, which is doing, a yeoman's job trying to finance. But if you look at what is happening in the Niger Delta area today, where people are not able to ship, they're not able to, a lot of their, their production is being stolen. You will also find that things are not, However, one bit of hopefulness is the PIA. That has brought at least some certainty into how people can see their investments making money. But then there needs to be a lot more rules, okay, around the industry, okay? And so this is what I see. If Nigeria if we get our act together, we may be able to attract money. But if we don't, if we continue on this trajectory, unfortunately, you know.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
sorry to sound pessimistic.
No,
but
I'll take the
I'm in the
optimism.
trenches. You know,
I'll take
and
the
I see it
optimism
all
of the
the
PIA
time.
and ability for that to scale up. I wanted to. I believe there's supposed to be a poll. Oh, there's no poll. Okay, there's no poll. Do we have any questions from the audience? Just one question. I will take one question. Wow, that must have been very, very insightful. Everybody agreed to what we said. All right, just a quick roundup. I think excellent discussion, in my opinion. The causes of price volatility has been narrowed down to, I believe, what most people have talked about, the geopolitical issues, natural disasters, and all that stuff. But ultimately, it's about the infrastructural gap that is existing worldwide, and the industry cannot get back to speed on time. We've talked about gas being part of the energy mix along with other renewables, but fossil fuel is still going to be part of our future. And finance, as important as this, needs some innovation, and there's a little bit of optimism with what the PIA brings, but there's a lot more to be done. So at this point, I want to say a very big thank you to the panelists. Akim Adedeji, thank you very much. Yetunde Odejobi, thank you very much. And Dr. Jubril Adeojo, thanks for your time. And everyone, thanks for listening to us, and thanks for staying awake. It's been an interesting one. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tayo Akinkunmi of Technip FMC. Great discussion. Very much really enjoyed the insights and the various issues discussed and shared. So ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to a very interesting part of the program, and actually it's a good way to end today's session before we have the vote of thanks. We're going to be taking a live interview, a brief live interview, all the way from Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, and I believe Ifeoma Malo should be on. We'll just give the last panel a few seconds to do their photo while the tech team brings on our next guest virtually. Whilst we're waiting for that to happen, just a brief introduction to Ifeoma Malo. She's the founder and CEO of Clean Tech Hub and the Energy Innovation Center in Abuja. She was also the country director for Power for All, a global decentralized renewable energy campaign organization, and has been the immediate past senior policy advisor on energy policy regulation and partnerships for the Honorable Minister of Power in Nigeria in a previous life. She has solid credentials across public-private partnerships for project delivery and implementation. She is also a qualified lawyer and an alumni of Harvard Business School. She has built up vast experience in public finance systems, project management, deal design, and mainstreaming gender and civil society issues. So welcome, Ifeoma. Let us just check that you are on. Tech team, do we have her? Any luck? Or I might be giving the COP27
Hi, hello,
by
can you hear
myself.
me?
Yes, we can. We'd love to see you as well.
I can see you.
Oh, there you are. I was looking forward to seeing some scenes of beaches under the hot sun with diplomats and stakeholders wandering around and lapping up the sun. But speaking of the sun, we're talking about global warming and climate change, so it's good to have you here. We're just going to chat very briefly about what's been happening there to get your perspective. And the very first question I have for you, Ifeoma, is what should Africa really expect, especially because geographically this talks are taking place in Egypt. What is the expectation for the African constituency at COP27 this year?
Thank you, Rolake, for having me, and it's great to see you again. So, you know, the venue for this year's COP was a deliberate decision. The fact that it's happening on African soil is not a mistake. And the aim of this year's COP is to shift the focus from negotiations and planning to action, to climate action, which is what is really needed. The African continent is expected to push on countries to cooperate more and implement their promises and the pledges they've made towards carbon emission, reduction in carbon emission. So if you remember in COP26 in Glasgow, we saw a set of new promises from countries, the private sector, and even national governments, municipal governments. Yet the majority of those commitments still fall short. So, you know, the African contingent here is asking serious questions about those commitments and also about what the opportunities are for Africa when it comes to climate action. What is it that needs to be done? So they came here with a whole set of demands.
Thank you. And if I may ask you, who are the actual African voices that we're hearing at COP? Is it the private sector? Is it the African Union? Is it Afrexim Bank? Is it Power for All? SE? You know, who are the African voices that you've been interacting with?
So there's a whole slew of important voices from the continent that are here. You have national governments with their large delegations. The Rwandan president was here with his delegation, and they launched an Invest in Rwanda for sustainability. So trying to get people who are interested in climate investments to look at Rwanda as a destination for those investments. You also have a lot of delegations that are being led by either the vice president or their ministers of energy or environment or climate, depending on the nomenclature that you see. But you also have a lot of global philanthropy that are in the room. You have all of the Rockefellers, the Gates Foundation, you know, they're all in the room as well, trying to shape the conversations about what climate action should look like or is looking like, and what kind of financing needs to back that. And then lastly, you have the private sector, led by people who are in both private finance and development finance. So all of the big guys from the World Bank, the IFC, the AFDB are all in the room, as well as private sector, whether it's venture capital heads, private wealth, and private banking executives. They're all in the room talking about how much is it going to take to mitigate the climate emergency that we see currently.
Thank you. And I have to ask you, you know, during COP26, between COP26 and COP27, one of the big things that has happened globally is the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And some people felt that perhaps the world was sort of dumbing down on climate commitments, given the increasing push for gas supplies for Europe. Are you getting a sense that people have lost a bit of steam from COP26? And how is the climate constituency and the advocates, how are they responding to that? That's the first question. And then the second question I wanted to ask you is really around the finance, the climate finance. This $100 billion commitment that the global advanced economies were meant to make available for dealing with climate issues in the South. You know, what are you hearing about that? So 2 questions for you, Foma.
Yeah, no, those are great questions. On the first one, I mean, it's not just the Ukraine war. So Rolake, in many of the conversations and many of the sessions, one of the big themes that's coming out is, since COP26, there's been shocks after shocks. It's not just the Ukraine war that we're dealing with. We're now being repeatedly battered by the impacts of climate change. You can see the floods in across West Africa. It wasn't just Nigeria. You can see the drought in East Africa, which is also affecting food systems. So we've gone from a stage where we know that there is a food crisis to where we're now talking about a hunger crisis on the continent. And then of course you have, you know, the fuel price hikes, and, you know, it's one thing after the other. So there's been all these shocks. And I think the general sense I get is that people think, or people are saying that, you know, the climate conversation is getting sort of shoved away because everybody is really about their bread and butter and survival these days. And that's not surprising because during a downturn, people just get into survival mode. And that's why there's a call that has come up since yesterday about how developing and emerging economies, though are struggling, and this is going into your second question, and though they're struggling with mounting debt and can't secure insurance coverage with the risks that are posed by some of this climate emergency, that there needs to be more that needs to be done. So the 100 billion isn't enough anymore because there's been so much that has happened in the past 12 months that now we're talking about almost $500 billion as the new level of commitments that's needed to address all of these shocks that are happening at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, $500 billion in the current global economic climate is a tough ask and a tall order. I'd like to see how that pans out. So if I guess a final question I have for you is, from your position, what would you say are your 2 to 3 big takeaways in terms of decisions and commitments that have been made or that you expect to be made at this year's COP27?
That's another good question. We need to set our plans to scale up the commitments that have already been made. So I know that $100 billion is not enough. Whether we can get to $500 billion is a question, for the finance experts, but we need to sort of double that. But more importantly, there's been a lot of greenwashing of climate finance reporting. Rich countries over-report loans and claim them as contributions to this promise. So we're getting the sense that it's not just finance that is required, but we specifically need grants-based financing so that we're pledging to not just address the climate emergency, but we're also, pledging to do a lot of energy transition work. Nigeria has been one of the few countries leading on that. The other thing is on the emission cuts. When we had COP26, decision was made clear that everybody had to cut their emissions, and this needs to be aligned to the UNFCCC's 1.5 temperature limits. But we are having people who are walking that back. Countries who are walking that back because of the gas prices. This is really unfair to developing countries or less economically empowered countries in the global South. And so we need multilateral institutions like the UN to come out strongly to speak up about why rich countries cannot go back on their commitments because things are a bit tough for them. Africa has been dealing with tough times for a long time. And it's really, really grossly an act of injustice to leave the basket hanging after promises have been made. And then the last thing is there needs to be a lot more crisis support. We've talked about the shocks after shocks after shocks. Some of them were predictable. Some of them were not. We need to find a way to deliver finance support frameworks for countries that are being repeatedly battered by the impacts of climate change as we've seen in Western and East Africa. The food system disruptions, the fossil price hikes. What that is showing is that there might be unrest in many of these countries where these things are happening if we do not act on the climate emergency. So there needs to be a lot more done for developing and emerging economies that are struggling and can't secure any sort of financing when it comes to the risk posed by climate change to address other issues that might crop up down the line that might affect their national integrity. So that will be my answer, Rolake.
Thank you very much, Ifeoma, for that very succinct and insightful contribution. Really great to have you all the way from Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. We look forward to seeing and hearing more of the outcome. I also understand that there's a lot of protests going on as well against the Egyptian government. So that's another interesting twist to this whole debate. But all the best with your conversations, and we look forward to hearing from you about the outcome. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Rolake. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. A round of applause, please, for Ifeoma Malo. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You heard all that. I mean, I think what is really interesting about everything we've been talking about, we're all working in different parts of what is essentially a global industry. I mean, the climate discussion could be an entire conference by itself, and there are even other dynamics going on there that we're not even privy to. But it's good to see that we have voices that are at the table having a conversation. You heard about her top 3 priorities: the finance issue, the backtracking from global economies in the north on their emissions cuts, and then finally the importance of crisis response, especially when countries are going through very difficult socioeconomic times. So that is the backdrop against which the energy industry is operating, and hopefully we can all work and speak with one voice to advance Africa's own priorities. So we're now at the end of the day. We tried to catch up on time, which I think we've done successfully well. Before I hand over to Yewande Abiose, the MD Africa for the Energy Institute, I'd like to sort of do a kind of whirlwind summary of the highlights for me of today as chair. It's been a pleasure chairing day 1 of this conference. I think it was really interesting in the early part of the morning to hear from the British delegation represented by Ben Llewellyn-Jones about what the UK government is doing to advance the energy transition course, about the integrated resource plan, about the need to quickly support the efforts of local entrepreneurs. And then we heard very strongly from Mr. Bala Wunti, the Chief Investment Officer at NWIMS, the new entity that replaced NAPIMS, about and I think his phrase, and I quote, a common quote is, people who live in glass houses should not throw stones. I think that speaks to some of the tensions we've been seeing in trying to attain a net zero carbon world and also end energy poverty and access. And it was really great to hear the plans by the new NNPC entity to really drive the agenda for that transition. Then we moved to a panel discussion that was chaired by Mr. Bola Elias, partner at G. Elias. He spoke to Mariah from Sahara, Mohammed from GE, and Hub from OVH Energy. And that discussion really focused on several issues, really looking at renewables as one of the paths towards a sustainable energy future. The issue of manpower, the issue of policy was also discussed. The question of affordability around solar as an important energy source and what was helping to drive that. And then we talked about energy security. We heard from Professor Wumi Iledare in his very detailed presentation where he spoke about some of the important drivers of energy security on the African continent, particularly the issue of governance, which was one of the key takeaways I picked up in that discussion. We then had a panel discussion where we talked about ESG and reporting requirements of companies. We looked at the gas industry value chain. There was an interesting question from Mr. Alon Rishola around what models would work best for Nigeria, for the African continent. And I shouldn't also forget the perspective that was shared by the Honorable Commissioner prior to that panel around the role of Lagos State insofar as this particular theme is concerned. He was quite clear about the fact that Lagos remains where most of the energy conversations and transactions take place, and the need for the government to kind of continue to support and drive those conversations. Then we had a keynote speech from Tony Atta, formerly of NLNG, chaired by the MD of Anol Gas Processing Company, looking at the gas industry as the eye really at the heart of this conversation as an industry for the future. And then finally, the panel we just had talking about price volatility, and again, really touching on a lot of the same issues. I think the overall themes that were captured here were really around governance, the energy transition, energy security, and the need to prioritize long-term sustainable development and economic stability. And as you've heard, in light of everything that is happening globally with the global climate discussions, I think it's fair to say we're in for a very bumpy ride, not just in Nigeria, but globally. I'd like to think that we're going to sail through. And I'd like to think that the choices we make from a policy and governance perspective in the energy sector on the back of the PIA and Nigeria's energy transition plan will be key to helping us build a sustainable future going forward. So it's been my absolute pleasure to have chaired this conference today. I'd like to invite Yewande Abiose to give her vote of thanks if she's still around. Yewande, are you still around? She is still around. Oh, thank you. Okay, there she comes. A round of applause for Yewande Abiose.
So I've called her back on stage. Come on, closer. I've called her back on stage because I feel that today will not be the success it is if we didn't have Rolake chair it. So can we just give her a round of applause? I'll tell you why this woman is so special to me. So you know this thing we always say, women for women, women supporting. This is the definition of that. Not only does she just support with saying, you can do it, she's just that kind of person that would support in every capacity and area that she can. She gives back, not just professionally, she gives back with church, gives back with family, and you're always wondering, how do you do it? I'm going personal intentionally because I think that women like this should be celebrated more often. So Rolake, thank you very much, thank you. Awesome. So I'd like to also thank everyone that stayed till the end. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you for honoring our invite. Our online community, back and forth, in and out, I think we've had a pretty good number. The only thing we sort of didn't do so well this time on is that we didn't ask that you put our questions. We are going to correct this tomorrow. So please, please join us again tomorrow. If you can't come physically, we'll be very happy to also have you. Thank you to all our fantastic sponsors. And please do not rush off. We have a cocktail reception after this. Also, I'd like to thank Madam Blessing specially, who's come all the way from the UK to be with us to help with the new Energy Lounge. Thank you very much. And to my fantastic chairman, Mr. Olorunshola, thank you very much for always backing us to sort these things out. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is not served. Cocktail is served.